Agile Scrum is a framework for project management and software development that emphasizes collaboration, flexibility, and iterative progress. It is based on the Agile Manifesto and uses time-boxed iteration called sprints. The framework includes roles such as product owner, Scrum Master, and development team who work together in a self-organizing manner. Scrum promotes transparency, inspection, and adaptation, allowing teams to respond quickly to the changing requirements and deliver value incrementally. It is widely used in software development for its collaborative and adaptive approach to project management. An average salary of a Scrum Master is around 14 lakhs per year in India, whereas in US it is $91,000 per year. Companies like Bosch, Accenture are hiring Agile professionals with competitive salaries. So are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Then here we have a certified Scrum Master certification training course. Some key features of this course include 2 days online virtual classes, 2-year membership with Scrum Alliance, 20 PDUs and 16 SEUs, includes CSM exam fees as well. By the end of this course, you will be skilled with Scrum and Agile methodologies, importance of Agile Scrum lifecycle, Scrum terminologies, daily Scrum and review, roles involved in Scrum and distributed Scrum. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Listen to our happy learners, what they say about our courses. Find the link of Simplilearn reviews in the description box. So without any further ado, let's begin by understanding what is Agile.
Alex has just completed his graduation from Stanford University. One fine day, he receives a mail from Star Trek Technologies for an interview for the designation of a software engineer, as referred by the university. Alex was really happy and excited about this, and starts preparing for his interview next week. While he was preparing, Alex came across the term downtime. Alex has no idea. What is a downtime? He decided to seek help from his uncle John, a software engineer. John explained that downtime is a specific time frame allocated to deploy or update changes for a software product in a real-time environment. And this happens because most of the softwares we use today are developed using the Waterfall model. For example, Cisco, one of the popular leaders in IT and networking globally, is using Agile methodology for their subscription billing platform, SBP, as it was originally developed using the Waterfall model. After adopting the Agile methodology, Cisco's product improved its overall efficiency, where defects were reduced by 40% compared to the previous releases, and defect removal efficiency increased by 14%. Upon explaining what downtime is, John further added that downtime is a small part of the Waterfall model. It is the traditional way of developing softwares using a software development lifecycle, where the whole product is treated as one single unit, and the development of one phase starts only after the completion of the previous phase. Adding new features or updating the existing feature in a Waterfall model-based product needs a specific time frame known as downtime to avoid disturbance in the workflow of an organization, where applying changes in a Waterfall-based product might produce irrelevant results or product failure. The Waterfall model is the earliest or the traditional model used for software development, where the output of one phase acts as the input for the preceding phase, consisting of a series of steps, where each phase has specific deliverables that act as the input for the next phase, as it avoids overlapping of phases, as these phases are dependent on each other. This method is simple and easy to understand, where prerequisites are pre-known, documented earlier, and technology remains static, where there is no need for ambiguous requirements due to the delay in software delivery. In contrast, the final version is available only after completing the entire software lifecycle process, with any deviations if available. Changes in the Waterfall model contain high risk, as changes include a new, revised version of the entire software running the entire series of steps again and again. For example, a tap and pay machine, where the machine first validates whether the customer's account is funded with sufficient funds or not, and then initiates the transaction for money transfer. Unless the validation is processed, the transaction cannot be initiated. Alex was curious and asked Uncle John, is there any way to overcome the drawbacks of the Waterfall model? John replies, yes. Agile methodology was introduced to overcome the problems faced in the Waterfall model, where Agile-based products are developed by breaking the entire product process into microservices or phases, which is faster to execute and deploy changes on the go. There is no need to worry about other or previous tasks while working on one particular phase, avoiding product failure. Agile-based products don't require any particular time frame, downtime, to deploy changes, unlike the Waterfall model, where the whole product is treated as one single unit, and each process is dependent on the preceding processes where deploying changes leads to downtime. How Agile products are developed? Agile-based products are developed using the Agile lifecycle. At first, the developed product is implemented in an actual working environment for reviews from clients and stakeholders to check its deliverables and functionality. After client reviews, the official product is launched in a real-time working environment, where Agile methodology focuses on satisfying the consumer needs by efficiently utilizing the resources and avoiding additional risks or deviations in the product. For example, providing a trial beta version of the software for the end user to experience the software towards its deliverables and results will be helpful in refining and reviewing the product like Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, etc. After understanding all about Agile methodology, Alex asks Uncle John, are companies implementing Agile in their workspace nowadays? John replies, yes. Companies are moving towards Agile methodology due to its flexibility and advantages over traditional systems. By adopting Agile for their Sony Interactive environment, Sony noticed a major difference where there was a reduced planning time by 28% with their framework, and downtime was reduced to the maximum, which made the company save $30 million a year. Agile methodology aims to meet the consumer's requirements to the maximum in deploying changes in a rapidly developing environment, where Agile Manifesto principles brings an innovative set of rules and protocols to help developers overcome the challenges faced in the traditional practices, Waterfall model, making Agile flexible and efficient.
Let us look at a time in the late 90s, what was happening with software development firms. So they used to follow waterfall methodologies. So there used to be expression like, sir, you have a problem. So what happened? So our client want a new feature to the software. We are already midway creating the software. We can't add the feature. So what does it mean? So there is a scenario where the change is asked. So why change? Change may be because of adding certain features, removing certain features, modifying certain things already given. What is wrong in that? Why can't we do the change? So now point here is not about doing the change itself. It's about the effort additionally it takes. Cost, money, in terms of which is going out, the effort, then the scope which is going to change at the same time. You also need to put more efforts which will delay the project. So now is it okay? So 90s it was okay. Today is it okay? A big question mark. So why is that not okay? So we need to understand that very clearly, right? I knew we should not have used the waterfall methodology for development. So is that an issue with the waterfall methodology? So answer is no. If it is today's scenario, answer would be yes. If it is 90s, answer would be no. So what changed in this 20 years or 15 years? The dynamics of the market changed. The behavior of consumers changed. So if you look at anyone who is using any product, it may be a software product or a hardware, like if you have a mobile phone or a television or any application, mobile application or application used on your systems, the upgradation of the new features and functionality of that is improved more and more, and consumer wants it more, and you have a very less time to respond. That is one thing. Second thing, there is a lot of competition. If you do not respond quickly, competition will take over. So for you to sustain and grow, it is very essential that you understand this dynamics and you need to respond quickly, which was a bit difficult when it comes to approach what is called waterfall model. Now, how do we address this? So what is that waterfall model is all about? Why is it difficult for us? So the methodology where waterfall model is used involves teams following a series of steps and only going forward after the previous steps are completed. So there is a wait time involved. So until the previous steps are completed, only then I can move to the next. So it is a slower thing. It would take certain longer duration. So it is best used in the scenarios where the teams are small and the project is expected to move in a predictable manner. So predictability is very important. When we follow waterfall methodology, predictability, the variation should be as lesser as possible. So what is that predictability I'm speaking about? As I create this product, as a results comes up, if it takes 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's okay. So this is how the product would look like. The predictability, how the product would look like, how that particular output would come. So when is that going to come? Is it okay? If I bring that result after 2 years, is that okay? So if everything is okay that way, without any variations as such, very less variations, then it's fine. So because of following waterfall model, uh, what is that methodology? What is that flow? We need to understand that. So requirements gathering and documentation is the first thing what used to happen, which is true in agile methodologies also. But the main difference here is the requirements gathering and documentation happens in detail, a comprehensive one. Now once that is signed off, only then it is moved to the design. Now, based on that requirement which is gathered, which is full, comprehensive, then the design will happen based on that. The consideration of process, the products, the people, the environment, then the design happens, which is again a detailed design. Now, once the implementation starts, if you find any deviations, the correction needs to be done. Since the design is in detail, the deviation possibility is as less as possible. But the challenge comes up when the dynamics in the market, when the dynamics of customer changes. Customer asks for change, then you may require to do the change. Now, when you want to do that change, you may require to do that change only after understanding what would be the impact of this change in the entire output which you're going to create, which is very comprehensive one. So because of this, it consumes time, it consumes extra effort. So it may be a scenario where the scope of work is reduced as well. Even after that, this exercise has to be done, which will delay the project. So this was okay. So when this model, when things were done, things were taken up for changes, it was okay because the consumer behavior, as I mentioned, there is a lot of wait time for the consumers also. So there was less competition, but today it is not. I need to go quicker. So because of this, what are the disadvantages which has came up to the consumers or to the organization who actually follow waterfall methodologies in today's scenario? So what could be those? So making changes would be difficult, as I mentioned earlier. So then it doesn't focus on end user client, customer perspective value. So today I think more and more we're speaking about creating a value in the consumer perspective, customer perspective. And the time it takes for consumer to realize the value, how long it takes, the more it delays in realizing the values by the consumer, there is a delay in terms of making your product impression better in the consumer's mind. So competition will take over. So your existence will be in bigger threat. So testing phase is delayed until most of the project is completed because it has to follow step by step, wait the things to complete and then testing happen. Then measuring the progress within the stages is difficult. So why is it difficult measuring the progress within the stages? Because the deliverables or the metrics what are defined to measure at a milestone and at a end of the phase to understand whether everything is delivered as part of it. Now let us look at how Agile is going to help us to address these disadvantages mentioned in waterfall model. So what is Agile? The basic meaning of Agile is to move faster, be flexible, respond to change, etc. But to accomplish this, there are a lot of methodologies. Now, there is something called Agile Manifesto and 12 Principles of Agile, which we need to understand. So following this, accomplishing this can only help us in becoming Agile. So in 2001, Agile was introduced. So that's where the term Agile came into picture, where people start realizing what is Agile and why should we adopt that Agile methodologies. So while it was introduced, so Agile Manifesto was also released. It's a set of principles used in project management and software development. So basically there are 4 points which we need to understand very correctly, very clearly, so that we can able to understand what is Agile is all about. Right? It enables team to deliver value to their customers with ease. So Agile team deliver work in small but usable increments. Then evaluation of the requirements, plans and results takes place continuously. This allows teams to respond to changes quickly. Now change was one of the scenario what we were speaking about. Now responding to change quickly is one of the disadvantages what we spoke about, and here it is addressed. It is considered to address, that is very important. Now, when we respond to change quickly, it is not that I just quickly responded, but I did not address that problem or that scenario. It is very essential to address that scenario as well effectively and efficiently. So now Agile is a concept, right? So it has a detailed manifesto based on which all the Agile methodologies are created. So what is this Agile Manifesto is all about? So it was created during February 2001. So which details out the values and principles of Agile processes, which says there are some values which is mentioned in the left, which has more weightage compared to the one which is in the right. Now when we say this, for example, let us go one by one. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. So are we saying we don't value the process and tools? That is not the case. Now let us look at what were the typical issues or challenges anyone would have expressed regarding the processes. So delay, maybe bureaucracy, and they cannot have a flexibility to move faster. So basically delays because of the approval which is not happening because of the processes. Now, how do we address this? So, can I eliminate the process itself? Answer is no, because in the absence of tools and processes, none of the things which we can do easily can exist. So, it should be there. Process and tool should be there. The way it should be defined, it should also ensure there is individuals and interactions, encouraged to have that individuals and interactions while having the process and tools. So, next is working products or comprehensive documentation. So when we say comprehensive documentation, as I mentioned in the waterfall methodology, during the requirement gathering, during designing, there is a detailed documentation which is made. So which take a lot of efforts in creating those. Now while delivering the challenge, what anyone was faced was the change which is coming up and making changes to these documentations, which is an additional effort. Now if we have a working products, if I have a bigger product, in that a module of that I keep creating every small modules of it and start integrating to the base model. Now I will only focus on the documentation for that particular model working piece which I am going to create in the next iterations. Then my documentation changes are less, and also the way I'm making the documentation is initially I would have a full skeleton of the entire product which I'm going to create, the roadmap, and upon that I am going to making the detailed documentation for that only for that working piece rather than the full product itself. Then these working piece documentation which I am going to create, as I create the working pieces, I am also getting the feedback because I am doing the interactions with the users, the consumers, the end users. So I get the feedback, I keep making the changes quickly, and then documentation will become accordingly. The small pieces of documentation which happens with those small working modules which are created, and those are consolidated over a period of time. By the time the product ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. The project ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. So it saves a lot of time. So documentation is important, but the way we accomplish the documentation is one by one, not in one go. Next is customer collaboration or contract negotiation. So any engagement or any relationship or any business, can it happen in the absence of contract? Answer is no. There should be a contract. Now, how this contract should be when we want to follow an agile? It should allow the customer collaboration. Why are we collaborating? To understand what customer is required, to understand what customer needs is fulfilled, right? So now this requires a lot of flexibility in the contract itself, so that commercial is one area which gets impacted, and there should be guidelines for that also in the contract. So that during the collaboration, during the change, during the effort being put, customer is also informed what is the change which is going to happen in terms of commercial as well as time and everything, so that it is documented in the contract, so there is no confusion. Responding to change or following a plan. Now I cannot have a rigid plan, as we were speaking about waterfall methodology, so that we need to go like this only. So based on the scenarios changes, so we may require to change your directions and move faster. So responding to change requires a specific flexibility which is required in the plan, so that I don't have a plan which is very rigid, and that provides some flexibility. That's how I can able to create my plan, so that I can able to move or respond to that specific scenarios which are changing. So this is called Agile Manifesto, and this Agile Manifesto has 12 principles associated with this. Now keeping this Agile Manifesto on 12 principles, all the Agile methodologies have created their own approaches and framework. Now let us look at what are those 12 principles, the Agile principles. So Agile principles, so here are some of principles that need to be followed to make a processes agile. So First principle is about customer satisfaction. So one need to satisfy the customer through early and quick delivery of the product. Now someone who is hungry, if you give them a water or a food immediately, a piece of bread, at least there is some satisfaction. There is some realization, yes, I got it what I need. So energy is back. So it is very much required to ensure seeing things in a customer perspective and customer is satisfied. So customer satisfaction is not a result of the survey what I do. It's about how I deal with the consumer, what is that impact, the perceptions I'm building with the consumer, and what do I know about my customer? Do I really understand the pulse of my customer? How associated am I? How close am I? How am I collaborating with the customer? That will help you to understand how satisfied your customer is. It is very essential to consider customer satisfaction. And the second principle would be welcome change. So changing needs need to be addressed even late in the development process. So change can happen anytime. Now these changes should not become a challenge. So there should be a flexibility in your design itself which will bring in. So that is the reason I think when you move faster, so it doesn't mean that you eliminate or you just keep introducing the defects and move faster. No, that is not allowed. So whenever there is a change in the feature, whenever there is a change to some specific product functionality, accommodating that should become easier. Whatever the methodology I follow, that should help me in terms of accommodating. So I should be welcoming changes. It's okay for me to have the change. So that is not a challenge anymore for me. So principle 3, deliver frequently. So ensure software is delivered frequently, focusing on shorter time scales. As I was mentioning while discussing the manifesto point, like I keep creating a smaller piece of product modules so that I keep putting into the base model and integrating those. And ultimately, once all the features functionalities are integrated, we have a product with all the features and functionalities. So this needs to happen more frequently. So the release of those working piece should happen more frequently, more repeatedly, so that customer is seeing those working piece and experiencing and giving their feedbacks. So quick changes to those working piece, making that will become easier. Then work together. So when I say work together, it is very essential that developers and business individuals need to work together through the course of project, which means involvement of customers, involvement of suppliers, involvement of your own team. Everyone should work together. Each one should understand each other's perspective view. If there is no proper understanding about each other's perspective view, it is quite obvious what was expected, what was delivered would not match. So there should be correct understanding. To have that correct understanding, one should work together, collaborate. So they should speak, express, which is very important. So feedback has to be given by consumers regularly. Similarly, the organization who is doing the project should also keep giving the feedbacks to the suppliers to make necessary changes. And once it works together in a unison, I think that would help in terms of bringing out the results the way it is required. That would help customer to get the value. Motivated team. So projects need to build around motivated individuals and they must be trusted to get the job done. Means when will the team get motivated? When the work what they are doing is acknowledged. When the work what they are doing, the results are seen, experienced, and then feedback is given. There is an opportunity for learning and contribution. Their contribution is acknowledged. Only then team is motivated. When there is a motivated team, when team feels there is someone with whom they can look up to, it is quite obvious team will also come up with certain set of innovation in their mind, giving their feedback as well, involving themselves in terms of getting the results what is required. So it is always essential to ensure the team which is involved in creating the products is always motivated. So I think when we say team, the conflict also come across. There may be a clash between various different thoughts and preferences. So one cannot just shy away. Being a manager, one cannot shy away from it. He or she should involve, sit with the team, resolve those, put things in the right direction. So interpersonal skills are very important here. Next, face-to-face interactions. So which helps in terms of most efficient means of communication, which helps in terms of giving a proper clarity in terms of what is required. So that I sent an email, I expect the person to do it. That is not the case what we're discussing about. So more and more interactions which should happen face to face so that each other understand what requires to be done. And there is a quick feedback which can happen when that particular interactions conversation which keeps happening. So one can understand other perspective view as well. Then working software. So it is a primarily the deliverable which you're speaking about, which has to come regularly. So more and more working piece as it comes. Customer can give feedback based on their experience on this working piece, instead of just imagining something and then giving the feedback. So it should not look like an hypothesis or something which is in the dreamland. So I told something, the person who heard visualize something else. It should not end up that way. Instead of that, give the working piece, expect the consumer, the user to give the feedback, so that it helps in terms of creating that particular product ultimately which is usable and which is going to create value to the consumers. So next is constant pace. So agile process promotes sustainable development. So it should not, I did it and I sleep. I did it and then I'm waiting for something else. No. There should be frequent deliverables which is happening. So there should be constant movement from left to right, from beginning to end, so that the deliverables which are expected keeps happening, so that consumers or users are realizing the value of it. So it should be constant pace, the velocity, the speed which needs to be adopted. Then good design. Agility can be improved by focusing on technical excellence and good design. So when we say technical excellence and good design, it is very essential to understand insight towards what is that product being delivered, insight towards what is the technology being used, insight towards the processes, the capabilities, skills. So all this comes together when people sit together and focus on creating that product or services. So they are putting the effort towards designing it appropriately so that that will fit for purpose. So since things are moved step by step in terms of creating a working piece, the detailed designing of that small working piece would happen, which can happen quicker as well. And since these are going and fitting into the architecture, which is basically open architecture kind of scenarios, what we are speaking about. So all those modules, what you create, you keep plugging into it, so that you are designing that small piece is quicker. So instead of designing the entire system as a whole in detail, you're just creating that small pieces and fitting into that architecture which is open, so pluggable. So that gives flexibility as well, and changes to the design will become easier if it's not working, and agility helps in accomplishing that. Simplicity. The amount of work that's not being done needs to be minimized. Meaning, when we say simplicity, doesn't mean less, right? So the appropriate number of tasks, the minimum number of tasks which needs to be done, and mostly I think all non-value adding activities and processes would be removed. It has to be removed. So the more optimized, more simpler in terms of handling things is always good, so that only those what is required to be done are done. So it is very clearly visible and there will be clarity. Self-organization. So when we say self-organized teams, who is not capable of everything, but when you look at a team as a whole, each one has different skills, many skills, not one or two skills, many skills which they are complementing to each other. So they come together, they discuss together, they focus on the architectures, requirements and design, and address it together. So team is also owning. The ownership is one thing when it comes to picture when we say team. So here, since team is actually taking up that ownership and organizing themselves to accomplish the results, the products, what is required. So then obviously the results will happen the way it is needed, and they will become accountable as a team. So they cannot have a blaming scenario where because of one or two members it is happening. They should collaborate better. They should be self-organizing what should happen. So next is reflect and adjust. So when are we going to reflect? Reflect upon what is that happening, learn, understand, keep learning it. Having a reflection to that what is happening means responding to that so that improvement can happen quicker. Effectiveness can be improved by the team regularly reflecting on it. So team is also understanding, team is also having that accountability to ensure that necessary adjustments, necessary actions are taken to make those changes and corrections quickly. So these are about 12 principles. So which supports, which helps that accomplishment of manifesto points, the four manifesto points what is mentioned. So keeping these four manifesto points, four values which is mentioned in manifesto, and then 12 principles. So keeping these in mind, any agile methodologies have their own approaches and they accomplish all of this. So further, let us look at some of the advantages what would be there when following agile. So we looked at the disadvantages what we have when we follow waterfall. So did we overcome those? The disadvantages what we had in waterfall, did we overcome that using agile? So what are the advantages of agile? So agile is helpful in terms of handling large amounts of interactions between client and project team, because it is throwing lights on it. The importance of interactions, the importance of collaboration, the what is that self-organized teams, it is spoken more and more. Then improve transparency to clients in every phase of the project. How this transparency? Because customer is seeing those products. The products with features and functionalities are seen. They're experiencing it, and based on that, they're given the feedback. There is nothing something hidden. Like when I go with Waterfall, till the end of the project, customer don't know what is going to come out as a whole. But here, since the working piece is given regularly, customer is seeing it, the users are using it and giving their feedback. So interactions increased. So visibility towards what we are creating a results is more, right? Then the delivery of the output is predictable and can sometimes be earlier than expected, because we know what is being delivered. More and more clarity users are obtaining. At the same time, the team which is creating is obtaining. Because of it, the pulse of the customer, the directions are clear. Accommodating changes, which was it was a big challenge in waterfall methodology, has become easier here. So then the cost of the project are predictable and follow a rigid schedule. So it is very easy to handle the schedules, because more and more you interact and more iterations or in creation of small working piece of a product, working module of the product. So now as you progress in that, you understood the environment better, you understood the clients better, the customers better, the expectation better, and moving faster. So that will become easier for you. Now you have become predictable. You can predict easily what is that going to happen ultimately. So more and more visibility you start getting. So handling things will become easier. So then it allows for changes to refine and reprioritize the product backlog. So when I say product backlog, we need to understand the various different user stories what is written to deliver. So that is a list of deliverables. Product backlog, what are there? Since we already know what are the things needs to be created, so this helps in terms of prioritizing those, changing the priorities based on the change scenario, and then taking the pace, taking the speed accordingly. The client can provide the priority of features, allowing the team to ensure maximum project value. So since it is visible, what are the user stories, what are the epics written, what is that order, priorities, order of priority what we have kept. Now the change scenario obviously tells us, do we really need to change this? Priority of which feature has to be done first. So that will become easier because you have the list, only changing that order in the list and then going forward accordingly. Integration is not an issue because we have the base model which can integrate all of this together with no issues. Now then by focusing on needs of the users, the team can deliver value to the customers. So users are involved more often. So user pulse is understood, what user requires is clearly understood. So delivering that value to the customer will become more easier and simpler. So then project is broken into smaller units with high quality development, testing and collaboration, because you have that flexibility. So since you have better visibility, you can able to do this and you move one by one, iteration by iterations, you progress further. So those were the advantages of adopting Agile. Now keeping that Agile Manifesto and 12 principles of Manifesto. So what are the types of typical Agile methodologies we would come across? So there are few which we are going to look at as part of it, which we need to know. So these Agile methodologies definitely considers the Agile Manifesto points and then they demonstrate it in their own way. Now Agile methodologies perspective, let us go one by one. So some of them to look at. The first one is XP, that is extreme programming. So this is the framework that enables teams to create high quality software and improves their quality of life. So it enables software development with appropriate engineering practices. So and then when is it applicable? So it is applicable to the scenario where changing software requirements to handle risks caused due to new technology while working with a small extended development team, to use technology to allow automated unit and functional tests. So that is about extreme programming. So next let us look at Kanban. So Kanban is a methodology which is used to design, manage and improve the flow of system. It is actually called as pull system, so visual system. So everything which is actually put on a board and it is visible to everyone, what work need to be done, what is in progress, who has to do, it is very clearly visible. So organizations can visualize their flow of work and the limiting their work in progress. So what is limiting, what is stopping is clearly visible. So generally if I look at whenever, I'll just take a scenario of a meeting and minutes of meeting which always discuss about it. Now when there is a minutes of meeting shared with many people who have participated in the meeting, there are certain action items given to them. For example, Now these action items will have a target date to complete, and accordingly those needs to be closed. Now when the next meeting happens, when you look at that action item status, majority of them are not addressed. What could be the reason? Is that people are not sensitive about answering or addressing those? So more than that, the prioritization changes. So one important thing we need to understand how Kanban works here is it is a visual system compared to that minutes of meeting which is not visible to us always. The Kanban board is visible to us always. So one which is visible to us always makes us put a conscious effort to close it because our name is indicated on the board. The work need to be completed is mentioned against our name. Then we need to take it up and then close it. So it pushes it. It will put a conscious effort because it is visible. And I cannot build any stories telling that why I did not do, why did I not consider this as a priority rather than consider something else as a priority. So this Kanban straight away addresses it. And then it's also called as pull system because people pull the work from it and then complete. Right. So where is this applicable? It can be used in situations where work arrives in an unpredictable fashion. So that means it gives a lot of flexibility in terms of adapting to the changes which are happening, the dynamics environment. So it is also used to deploy work immediately without waiting for other work items. So since it is visible, I think things can go smoother, easier, so that people are owning it rather than just disowning it. So now let us look at lean. So when we say lean, it is very important for us to understand that value is always in customer perspective and elimination of waste. These are the two things mainly spoken about. So lean is a set of tools and principles that aims to identify and remove waste to increase the speed of process development. It focuses on maximizing the value to the client, ensuring waste is minimized. So when you look at visualize a processes, process interfaces and the flow. So the interface certain way. So unless the output of one process or procedures getting into another process. So that flow should be smoother, like many pipes connected together and water is flowing. So let us assume series of pipes which is of around 1 feet in terms of diameter of each of the pipes. Water is flowing in between if you have a pipe which is of half a feet. Now what happens to the downstream after that half feet pipe? The entire capacity in the downstream, even though it has 1 feet diameter pipe, it leads to the waste, underutilized capacity because this has become bottleneck. Now such bottlenecks, such the one which contributes to the waste has to be eliminated. That is very important. So value should be seen in the consumer perspective and that value would happen only through the series, value streams. Then in this value stream, the identification of the constraints and bottlenecks and elimination of waste. Now what are the contributors of waste? So waiting time, more often changing things, moving from one place to another place, allowing defects to flow which leads towards a rework. So all this, likewise many things which actually end up in giving the waste. So one has to visualize, understand, realize what are those non-valuing activities and eliminating those is very important, right? So now when is it applicable? Lean principles apply to any sector where there is waste of any form. So it can be applied easily. So one needs to know that. So that it should be effort which needs to be put with the objective to accomplish. So your ability to move faster, your ability to create that product which is more efficient. So only you can achieve it. The effective results can happen only when there is a lesser delays or lesser waste, non-valuing activities. That needs to be understood and eliminate those. So next, one of the popular methodology would be Scrum. So Scrum is a framework that is used by teams to establish a hypothesis, trying it out, reflect on the experience and adjust. It is used to enable teams to incorporate practices from other frameworks depending on the team's requirement. It's a simple framework which speaks about a product owner, a Scrum Master, a self-organizing team. So some of the terminologies what it uses is a sprint, daily Scrum, product backlog, sprint backlog. So it's very essential to understand this framework. Simpler and able to adopt it is also very easy. When is it applicable? It is used when cross-functional teams are working on product development, when work is split into more than 2 to 4 week iterations. So these iterations are called as sprints, small time boxed iterations. So this will also help in terms of accomplishing the results, provides that flexibility and able to move faster. Then Crystal. So Crystal is an approach to the software development that focuses on people and their interactions rather than tools and processes. It is aimed to streamline processes and improve optimization. It works on principle that projects are unique and dynamic, each requiring its specific methods. So where is it applicable? It focuses on strengthening teams communication. It also focuses on continuous integration, active user involvement, and configurable processes. So these are the few agile methodologies which are there, which are more popular, more heard. However, we can come across many other methodologies like safe agile, which is a scaled scenario for more complex projects. So likewise, we have many methodologies which organizations adopt, and these are few for us to understand. When we think of agile, we often think of high levels of collaboration and flexibility, as well as iterative environment in which requirements evolve alongside the changing needs. So as a result, we also tend to conceptualize agile as an approach that helps development teams across various industries deliver new features faster. But how do we get there? What does history of agile entail? And how can knowing the history of Agile help us better understand the methodology and its positive impact on today's development world? Let us look at it. So now, historically, if you see, the waterfall approach was fine. It was delivering the required value, but it required teams to stick to the requirements and scope of work set out at the very beginning of the project and not make any changes or additions along the way as the project progresses. And following that fixed plan could prove trouble sometimes. Comparing to the scenarios which we had earlier versus today, the trouble is more, challenge is more. So reason being, waterfall methodology prioritized bringing a complete product to market, meaning it could take years before teams finish the project in hand. The scenarios of change, delay in responding to problem resolution, meeting changing market requirements were challenging, which led to introduction of agile methodologies. So the various development methods like Scrum, rapid application development, extreme programming, DSDM, feature-driven development, and pragmatic programming were introduced. So it all started early, I think in 2001 it was introduced. However, it all started in the spring of 2000 when a group of 17 software developers in Oregon to discuss how they could speed up development in order to bring new software to market faster. So they recognized two key opportunities that achieving this goal would make possible. So reducing the time to the benefits for those users in order to resolve the product market fit and development problems. Secondly, getting feedback from users quickly to confirm the usefulness of new software and continue to improve on it accordingly. So further, these group of 17 developers met again at a ski resort in Snowbird, Utah, US. So they created popularly known as Agile Manifesto. So which laid out four key values. So which says individuals and interactions or process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following the plan are valued more. Now, further, between the time when it was introduced till today, Agile has become popular and adoption of that has increased. Reason being the flexibility that Agile brought into the system. So several organizations across the world started using it. But what happened further? So Agile gave the result, but there was a challenge. So there were some issues that Agile faced to handle widespread usage. That is mainly whenever there is a scalability requirements. So what is that scalability challenges? It is quite obvious. How can an implementation of Agile for large and more complex project and how hard the process to scale Agile? So this was not clear. The very reason, the challenge which come across, which the practitioners actually faced was, one is lack of experience with agile methodologies, little understanding of frameworks, methods, and how to implement them. Next, large scale coordination. So when I say specific project, a small project, it was easy implementation of agile and then going forward. All the frameworks, what I mentioned earlier, it was easy. But the moment you want to do scaling to the bigger organization, the complex environment, the coordination, collaboration, dependency management between usually distributed teams, geographically distributed teams was challenging. And thirdly, having a clear understanding of what needs to be completed in the sprints and what the bigger picture is. So fourth, aligning the entire organization and managing commitments. So definitely organization required alignment. The products or services which are being produced by the project needs an alignment. So the need of alignment was basically to ensure the organization gets the value out of whatever they have invested. So fifth, unrealistic expectation with respect to speed of delivery. So unable to respond to this particular scenario so that organization can able to respond quickly. So it was not happening. So time to benefits I was mentioning about. So generally earlier we used to speak about time to market, but today it has been replaced by time to benefits. How quickly the value of that particular product or services introduced to the market is realized by the users. That is very important. So the framework of scaling agile, there are various different frameworks. So some of the most effective ways to scale agile would be large scale scrum, which is called as LS, scaled agile framework, disciplined agile, scrum at scale, Nexus Scrum, the Spotify model. So when I say less, the large scale scrum, it is a way of scaling agile and scaling scrum to large and big product development groups. It has been used since 2005 in different software and hardware products in industries such as banking and telecom. So when it comes to scaled agile framework, so it is a set of organizations and workflow patterns intended to guide enterprise in scaling lean and agile practices. So it is made freely available by Scaled Agile Inc., which retains the copyrights and registered trademarks. So the disciplined agile delivery, which is also called as DAD, is a software development portion of the disciplined agile toolkit. So DAD enables teams to make simplified process decisions around incremental and iterative solution delivery. So DAD builds on many practices by advocates of agile software development, including Scrum, agile modeling, lean software development, and others. So Scrum at scale. So Scrum originally, if you look at outline in the Scrum guide, is a framework for developing, delivering, and sustaining complex products by a single team. So since its inception, its usage was extended to the creation of products, processes, services, and systems that require the efforts of multiple teams. Whereas Scrum at scale was created to efficiently coordinate this new ecosystem of teams. It achieves this goal through setting up a minimum viable bureaucracy via scale-free architecture. Now coming to next one, the Nexus Scrum. So this consists of multiple cross-functional Scrum team working together to deliver a potentially releasable integrated increment at least by the end of each sprint. Based on dependencies, the teams may self-organize and select the most appropriate members to do specific work. So lastly, the Spotify model, which is basically people-driven, autonomous framework for scaling agile while emphasizing the importance of culture and network. This methodology uses squads, tribes, chapters, guilds, the foundation of which is squad, which acts like Scrum team. So further, let us look at our focus area of this particular video, which is basically what is scaled agile framework. So scaled agile framework, as I mentioned earlier, consists of collection of principles, best practices, and processes that would enable large organizations to adopt agile methodologies. So it would help them deliver products and services of the highest quality faster. So SAFe is best suited for complex projects that involves several large teams at the project's program and portfolio levels. The current version of SAFe is version 5, which has 7 core competencies based on which it can help organizations, the large organization in specific. So SAFe has certain core values, which are basically alignment, built-in quality, transparency, and program execution. So when I say alignment, so I was mentioning about aligning with business requirement, business strategies. So it is needed to keep pace with fast changing, disruptive competitive forces and geographically distributed teams. While empowered, agile teams are good, even great, but the responsibility for strategy and alignment cannot rest with the combined opinions of the teams, no matter how good they are. Instead, alignment must rely on enterprise's business objective. So it also need to require to keep up with the change, the competitions, and then the dynamics across in the environment where organization is doing their business. So next is built-in quality. So built-in quality is basically to ensure that every element and every increment of the solutions reflect quality standards throughout the development lifecycle. So quality is not added later. Building quality is prerequisite of lean and flow. Without it, the organization will likely operate with large batches of unverified, unvalidated work, which leads to the product or services which is not okay. And also that would lead towards excessive rework, which is not good, and slower velocities, which is not allow the organization to respond quickly to the dynamics of the market. So third one is transparency. So transparency, which basically need to enable teams to rely on each other. There should be trust which needs to be built. So based on which high performance can happen. So wherever the trust exists, so when the business and development can confidently rely on each other to act with integrity, particularly in times of responding quickly or to work out a solution for resolving something which is actually not allowing things to move forward. So without trust, no one can build high performance teams and programs. So the confidence needed to make reasonable commitments is very, very essential. So fourth is program execution. So SAFe focuses on working systems and business outcomes, which mainly, for example, for teams to execute and continuously deliver value, SAFe places an intense focus on working systems and business outcomes. So this is because while many enterprises start the transformation with individual agile teams, they often become frustrated as even those teams struggle to deliver more substantial amount of solution value, reliability, and efficiently. So delivering solutions with better value, reliability, and efficiency, effectiveness is very, very essential. And here we're speaking about ensuring the scalability to the bigger organization. So program management plays a very important role. So that requires a lot of communication, collaboration. So without better execution of that, without handling it better, things cannot go the way it is required. So various competencies SAFe recommends. So SAFe competencies involves team and technical agility, agile product delivery, enterprises solution delivery, lean portfolio management, organizational agility, continuous learning culture, and then lean agile leadership. So when I say team and technical agility, so agile teams are high performing and cross functional. Business solutions are built by business and technical teams, delighting customer with high quality output. So this requires an able team which understand agile frameworks, which follows it, which complies with it, and also technically sound. So agile product delivery, which actually refers to the scenario where the customer is at the center of organization's product strategy. So development is based on cadence and releases on demand, exploring integrity, deploying and innovating continuously. Then enterprise solution delivery. So building big system with the help of lean, coordinating and aligning the entire supply chain, evolving the live system continuously requires to ensure the visibility of entire enterprises and providing solution accordingly. Lean portfolio management, which basically focuses on aligning the strategy, funding and execution, optimizing operations across the portfolio, decentralized decision making powered by lightweight governance, then organizational agility. A lean agile mindset is created across the enterprise. It is very essential. For example, I am working in a project, I have an attrition. If HR does not understand my project dynamics and if they are not agile, me as a project organization becoming agile will not help. Similarly, the procurement, similarly, the processes. So very essential for all the organization units to become agile so that business operations are able to complement, contribute that speed or the change what is required. So opportunities and threats are addressed quickly. So risks are identified and addressed quickly. So they are worked on it. So risk management can become easier with the involvement of right stakeholders. Continuous learning culture. So in this scenario, everyone learns and grows together. Exploration and creativity are a very important part of organization where there should be innovation, creation, execution. Maybe I think I come across certain terms like intelligent risk taking. So learning through failures. Failure should lead towards inquiry, not towards blaming. So these are all the things which are more and more discussed when we want to make an organization a learning organization. The continuous improvement of solutions, services and processes is everyone's responsibility. Then lean agile leadership. So by modeling desired behaviors, inspiring others, aligning words, actions and mindset to lean agile principles and values, lead change and guide others. So this requires a lot of accountability and ensuring the correct information, well informed individuals to take forward things. Now how does SAFE work? So SAFE, considering those competencies what we looked at, the 7 competencies. So let us see what happens in each of the competencies. How does SAFE work using these competencies? So firstly, let us look at team and technical agility, which basically involves an agile team of 5 to 11 members, which helps defining, build, test and deploy products. So this is done by dividing the task into small, easier to manage time boxed iterations, right? Then Scrum team led by the Scrum Master and supported by product owner plan and then deliver the product in increments. So further, after delivery, they have a retrospective to determine how the iterations went and how it can be improved. This is incorporated into next iterations planning phase. So the method used here could be Scrum or Kanban. So both are popular. The combination of this can be used. So Scrum basically helps in ensuring that things moves in iterations and everything is visible and delivered. Whereas Kanban supports in terms of making it more visible and able to manage it better. So agile product delivery. So a large organization usually consists of several agile teams, each led by their respective Scrum Masters. So these teams together represent agile release trains, also called as ART. So they usually involve 50 to 125 people. So ART are cross-functional and involve everyone who understand customer needs and can help with building and delivering the solution required. So ART uses an agile delivery practices like the one used by the teams to deliver value to the customers. So it uses time-boxed iterations called program increments or PIs, which usually involves 4 to 5 iterations. All the teams, they get together to plan their work during PI planning events. So they should work together, they should have full visibility while doing it. So 3 major components which are required when we do agile product delivery is release train engineer, then project management, and then system architect. So release train engineer represents the coach of the ART facilitated the PI planning process. The project management provides the vision for the project and backlog of the tasks. System architect provides architectural guidance for the process, and then the teams, then make plans regarding what they would be able to deliver. So the program board is also drawn up to determine dependencies between the teams, which also goes through program iterations, the PIs, as I mentioned earlier. Then after every iterations, the art shows the integrated output to all teams through a system demo. So after the PI is complete, all team get together to retrospect event called the inspect and adapt events. So further, a continuous delivery pipeline is set up based on the art. DevOps practices are also used to ensure value is available on demand. I think the term DevOps is becoming more and more popular today, which actually providing that visibility, need for collaboration, need for cultural transformation. So which helps in terms of bringing that agility across the organization as well as learning organization. So one of the principles of DevOps itself says continuous learning. There should be continuous experimentation and learning, risk taking, intelligence risk taking, and also we come across speaking the concepts like same army concept, like introducing failures into existing systems and learn what can fail and what is the solution for it. And that can help in terms of becoming more resilient and reliable system. So DevOps has become popular, and adoption of that, discussion on that is become more common across the organizations. So next, enterprise solution delivery. So enterprise solution delivery, let us look at a scenarios where a single art may not be able to deliver an appropriate solution. A solution train which coordinates multiple arts and suppliers would be able to provide solutions in large and complex scenarios. So meaning consideration of enterprise as a whole, seeing end-to-end organization, entire visibility. So basically what is that we are trying to achieve? So alignment we discussed about, which requires the objective of organization, because organization is investing. So whatever we do at various different levels should complement to each other rather than contradicting. So that complementing thought or complementing visibility can happen only when someone has a bigger visibility, enterprise wide outlook. Then the three major components that are required in enterprise solution delivery would be solution management, solutions architect, and solution train engineer. The solution management holds content authority over what needs to be built. Solution architect handles the architecture across the arts. Solution train engineer enables coaching and facilitating of solutions train events. So next is lean portfolio management. So lean portfolio management provides ways of creating and combining strategic themes and portfolio vision. This enables solution development to be aligned with enterprise strategy. So the moment I say lean, firstly we should keep in mind that it's about creating value to the stakeholders. That is first thing. Second thing is elimination of waste. Now when I link this to strategy, when I link towards the organization's directions, what it sets, and while going in the directions, I should ensure no defects are actually moved downstreams or are eliminated when it goes to downstream. So customer should see the value, which is very important, and identification of all the contributions of waste has to be done and eliminated. So this ensures there is a value in organization's value stream, which also ensures that these value streams remain funded. So funding plays a very important role. So next is organizational agility. So when I say organizational agility, it should ensure the organizations, various business units in the organizations should be with that dynamics of agility which organization is going through, which organization is moving through. As I mentioned earlier, if you have a project where you have adopted agile methodologies, it's quite obvious for your pace, for your flexibility, for your speed, other business units which are working with you to support you should also complement to that. They cannot become slower. They cannot have their own pace of doing things. Like in your project, you have a procurement, you have a recruitment, you have some claims to be cleared from HR. Maybe you're dependent on certain tools and environments. Now, if these are not agile, if these are not responding in the same flexibility or same speed what the agile project team requires, then obviously things will not flow further. Now, when I say agile, obviously we introduce products or services quickly to the environment. Now, someone needs to manage. We have operations. Now, can operations manage the products or services which they are not aware of? Now, even there the agility is required. As I keep introducing the new products or services to the environment, operations should also be well informed and educated about it so that they can monitor and manage them effectively and efficiently. If they fail, I think users will not have a good experience. Your product or services may have a great features, functionalities, but however, if whenever there is a query about that product features or functionality, whenever there is an issue, the incident which user actually calls, the first point of contact for any users would be the operations. The moment operations fails to respond with the right clarifications or right resolution quickly, then obviously user experience will result in not a good way. I think customer satisfaction or customer delight will be at stake. So even operation should become agile. So rest of the business units which are supporting, like funding we spoke about. If funding is not done in an agile way, obviously the things cannot move smoother or easier. So everything across organization should become agile. Organizational agility has to be ensured. So enabling portfolio with strategic agility, making change in the direction depending on the scenario, then encouraging the growth of lean thinking people and agile teams. So people should be working towards ensuring creating value always. Every task, every transaction is what they do should be enabled through it. So they should also know whatever we are doing, how this particular task or the work or the results what I am creating results in value addition or value creation to the organization. Does it really align to the organization's requirement? Is it fulfilling? Maybe customer as a stakeholder or my own organization, the business unit which is actually investing on this project. So in that context or in that perspective, everyone should be aware of that alignment, the directions, the vision. Then focusing on value and helping with organizing and reorganizing, building an environment for the flow of value across the organization. So everyone should realize value. So value is what? Value can be defined in the perspective of every individual's background and every individual's requirement because it's a perceived one. So there may be real thing what we have created, but perception is different. So the perceived versus what is actually created should be as closer as possible. So zero deviation is expectation, but difficult, but however, it should have a tendency towards it. It should actually be very near to that perceived reality. But two things involved. One is that I create a features and functionality for my product or services which fulfills customer requirements. Customer may not know, not well educated, not aware of it, and don't know how to realize that value. How to know how these features and functionalities can be used. So now if you educate that customer, the user, how to use it, what are the values it can create, and do some exercise in terms of educating, training, coaching, customer can visualize it and understand that. That is one possibility. Second thing is customer is very matured and our product does not have features and functionality required. So these are the two scenarios which require a lot of interactions and engagement so that increasing in terms of usage of product and services and realizing those values. So this has to be encouraged more and more. So further continuous learning culture. So when we say learning, it's quite obvious. Organizations should keep maturing. Individuals in organization should keep maturing in terms of capabilities, in terms of ability to do new things, innovate, the knowledge, the capability, skills, competencies. So that can be possible only through learning. So learning should be continuous. So this ensures an atmosphere of innovation and constant improvement until organizations becomes a learning organization. So meaning at every level, each individuals, each professionals, each engineers, each executives invest their time in learning. They learn through what they are doing. They go through formal training. They bring in that formal training learning into the actions here. Further they learn. So continuous experimentation, creating an hypothesis, working on those hypotheses, aligning that to the requirement of organizations and seeing how is it complementing to the organization's requirement. So seeing through these are very essential. So the organization which is having the culture of continuous learning can sustain and grow continually. There is no question of looking back. If organization has a scenario of not learning, they will fade away. They may fail to exist. So it is very much required to understand the market dynamics, continuous learning there. Capabilities and skill enhancement, continuous learning here. Innovations and making things better, continuous learning. So continuous learning helps organization to be there in the industry and continue with the competition. So next is lean agile leadership. So it's quite obvious. Leadership plays very important role. It's about guiding, it's about owning, it's about showing directions, it's about ensuring everyone does the task, everybody is motivated. So the leaders must embody, teach, and exhibit lean and agile principles and values. So firstly, they should understand what it is. They should be aware of it. They should have an exposure to it. They should have full awareness of it. As I was learning about continuous learning culture in the previous point, so leaders should do that first. So only then I think the followers will actually have learning adopted to themselves and things move smoother and better. And this should happen across the organization. So by doing this, it is quite obvious organization can become better agile. Organization is complemented to achieve the objectives and goals what they wanted to accomplish. And there is a safe configurations which one needs to ensure, which involves essential safe, large solution safe, portfolio safe, and full safe. So when I say essential safe, it acts as the foundation for all safe configurations and is the easiest starting point for implementation. So large solution safe, it is used for building large and complex solutions, whereas portfolio safe provides principles and strategies that can enable business agility in an enterprise. So when I say portfolio, it should be understood as a portfolio of an organization as a whole. The service portfolio, the product portfolio, the business portfolio. So understanding of that and complementing to that is very essential. So full safe is a comprehensive configuration that includes all competencies and ensures business agility. So advantages and disadvantages of safe. So advantages involves enabling decentralized decision making. It eases collaboration across cross-functional teams. It ensures decisions are made with strategic objectives in mind. So disadvantages include additional layers of oversight, which makes it resemble the waterfall approach. The top-down approach can limit understanding of the software lifecycle and cause bad planning. So visibility, providing that visibility is very essential. Then larger planning cycles and roles that are fixed in development cycles. So before we go and understand what is the Scrum itself, so let us look at the history of Scrum, where it started, how it started. So right down the line during 1986, the name Scrum is first introduced by the management experts Yukijiro Nonaka and Hirotaka Takuchi. So Japanese. So now this terminology was introduced, but later in 1995, Jeff Sutherland and Ken Schreiber creates the early version of what would become the agile methodologies. So now earlier 1995, so need for agile was sensed and it was spoken about. I mean, why do we need agile methodologies in future? What would be the future organization which would look like? So that would trigger in terms of what kind of approaches we may require to have. So further 2001, the Agile Alliance is founded and first look on Scrum, the Agile software development with Scrum is published. So then further down the line 2002 the Scrum Alliance is founded by Weber and certifications are added. Then later 2006 the Scrum Inc. is created. The certified Scrum courses are taught. So people started getting certified on Scrum. Then later 2009 scrum.org is created which offers the professionals Scrum series of certifications. Then 2010 the first Scrum guide is published, so which made available to everyone. So from then I think the more and more people start adopting Scrum methodologies. Now interesting part is the journey started from 1980s till 2010, various changes which has happened to this particular methodology. But one thing we should keep in mind is same 20 years back or 15-20 years back if we go, the need for agile was not seen. So it was spoken, but need for agile was not spoken much. But today we are speaking about it more and more. The reason is, I think, the change in the market condition, the increase in the competition, the need of responding to the change which is asked by the consumers or the market variations has become more and more important for organizations and service providers. If they don't respond to the change, they may lose out in the competition. So their survival is at stake. So it is very essential for them to understand these dynamics and respond to those scenarios quickly. So that's where the adoption of Agile, the benefit of adopting Agile were realized and Scrum become popular. So what is Scrum? So let us look at that. So now Scrum is a framework that enables teams to work together. Means collaboration is very important while we become agile. So with Scrum team, one can see and experience. So learning from experiences happens. So those are captured. Self-organize working on problems. So they work together. They discuss, brainstorm, reflect on their victories. Means any achievements has to be celebrated, acknowledged, quick wins recognized, and their losses to improve. So wherever the things doesn't go good, necessary corrections has to be done. I think Scrum approach would help in terms of doing it quicker, better. Then some of the benefits using Scrum would look like team can provide project deliverables and in an efficient manner. So in time, we are completing all the features and functionality. So the entire model, the methodology, what is there, which helps in accomplishing those. Then further, time and money are used efficiently. So time is very important. Giving results in the mentioned schedule is very important. Ensuring results are coming up effectively is important, efficiently, the performance of that products. Now, since we are creating those small piece, working piece in every iterations, so that experience of using that would also be there and quick feedbacks will come back so that time and money is saved and we are doing in time. So projects are divided into smaller units called sprint. So the iterations, what I was speaking about, the quick iterations of activities which happens during the adoption of Scrum when organization adopt the Scrum methodology. So it is called a sprint. It's a time boxed iterations which will have a subset of product backlog taken as a sprint backlog, and those users stories and epics are delivered as part of that sprint, and then those are reviewed on a daily basis as part of daily Scrum meeting. And also we have other meetings which will happen when we go and look at Scrum methodology, how this happens. I think we'll get better visibility. Work best for fast moving projects. Now whenever we need to respond quickly, whenever we want to move faster. Now remember, when we say moving faster means, it doesn't mean that we can allow any defects to happen. We can ignore something. We cannot do that. We need to ensure everything is taken care. At the same time, all those results what are created has to be acknowledged, right? Confirmed. Yes, it is defect free. So all those which is supposed to be addressed are taken care, and things are moving faster and better, and the results are according to what was actually expressed as a requirement. It is fulfilling those. Then Scrum meetings provide the team great visibility. Since there is a daily Scrum meeting which keeps happening, people speaks about what they have done from the previous daily Scrum, what is that they have accepted, they will complete, and what is complete. Is everything is complete or something is pending? If it is pending, why is that pending? And what is that you are going to do further before the next daily Scrum meeting? So these are discussed, understood, so that there is a quick 15 minutes meeting which gives the insight. And further, wherever there is a dependency, deviations which occurs, further maybe Scrum Master sit with them separately to understand that in detail. So daily Scrum meetings give the quick insights so that it increases the visibility, what is happening on ground. Constantly involves feedback from clients and customers. As I mentioned earlier while discussing about Agile, active involvement of customer is very essential. So customer should give the feedbacks whenever that working piece of the application or a product is given. So only then whether the product or that module what is created is having that features and functionality which helps in providing necessary requirement fulfillment, is that happening or not. Then making changes based on feedback are very easy because everyone is informed and they are aware of what is being changed and what needs to be changed. Then individual efforts of the team members are given focus. Yes, individual efforts is essential. At the same time, each team member cross skills. we call it a self-organizing team, as I was mentioning earlier. So each team member will have a different skills, different capabilities, and also cross-skilling within the team is encouraged, so that the ownership on individuals' deliverables and team as a whole working together to deliver some features functionality can also be accomplished, right? Then Scrum team involves product owner, Scrum Master, and then Scrum team. So each of these are different roles having their own objectives to accomplish with the specific directions, and each of these cannot be merged. Like for example, the roles and responsibilities of product owner cannot be given to single individual who is a Scrum Master. So both the roles cannot be given a single individual because it conflicts the objectives of both the roles. So thinking about putting this, one of the team member becoming Scrum Master or product owner, thinking in that angle is also something which will not work, which will not give the required results. So now what are these roles? What are the responsibilities? Where is the focus of each of the roles? So let us discuss on that. Now when it comes to product owner, so the product owner is primarily responsible for maximizing the ROI by determining the product features, prioritizing it into a list, what needs to be focused on for the next sprint, and constantly reprioritizing and refining it. So the key points what we need to see here is, so one is determining the product features, maximizing the ROI, the second one, and then reprioritizing and refining the product backlog. Now why is that needs to be done? So maximizing ROI in the sense, obviously product owner should closely work with the business and have an insight towards what is that business require, what is that customer require, how it helps customer to accomplish that result, so that it helps the justifying that investment what they're doing with the product's features and functionalities. Then speaking about reprioritizing and refining it, it depends on what features needs to be delivered in what order. So there is already an order which is defined. So based on the change scenario, you can reorder it, and product owner has that ownership and responsibility. So the entire focus is on ensuring the right product backlog, prioritizing it, and also adding that user stories and epics into product backlog, depending on what makes sense to the business. So the Scrum Master, the next role, helps teams learn and apply Scrum to obtain business value. Means Scrum Master closely works with the team. So he or she helps remove impediments. What is impediments? Something which stops to move forward, something which doesn't allow to deliver things the way it is required, something which stops, right? So that needs to be eliminated. That needs to be understood. What are the impediments? So when we say impediments, what are the impediments we can think of? The skills and capabilities of the team. That is one thing. Maybe the testing environment, maybe a process. So many things comes as a bottleneck or impediments which stops things to move smoother forward. So Scrum Master should work on it, identify that, and support team or guide team to overcome those. So protects them from interfaces that helps the team to adopt agile practices. So encouraging team to adopt agile practices and ensuring they demonstrate it and provides the required value as it's move forwards. So since Scrum Master focus is one side in terms of making Scrum team to work, whereas product owner is looking at the entire product backlog and working more closely with the business. So they need to have a good handshake to ensure things go well. But these two roles cannot be merged, because since it has two different angles and two different dynamics, so spending time accomplishing both the things may become very challenging and conflicting, and prioritizing will also be difficult. Then Scrum team is a collection of all the individuals who work together to deliver the requirements of the stakeholders. So self-organizing team, what I was mentioning, what we were discussing earlier. So these teams comes together, each of the team member will have various different capabilities. So they contribute at the individual level, and as a team as a whole complement or contribute towards ultimate output and outcome and value what they need to create. And this team should have a clear understanding about the deliverable what is being done. So is that deliverable, what features and functionality what they're thinking, is that going to create that value ultimately, what is need to be achieved, the requirements fulfillment which needs to be happen to the customers. So they need to have that understanding. The direction should be clear to the team. So there are certain artifacts to look at when it comes to Scrum. So let us look at that. So now we speak about the artifacts, which are the components of the Scrum process that can improve transparency and understanding of the work. So there are three artifacts mainly, which we call it as product backlog, sprint backlog, then product increment. So let us see what is this one by one. So when I say product backlog, so it consists of list of new features, changes to be made to existing features, the bug fixes, changes to the infrastructure and several other activities that the team needs to deliver to ensure a particular outcome. So this list of product backlogs comes with required features and functionalities what needs to be delivered. So the prioritization of this has to happen in what order what needs to be delivered. So the product backlog is the full list which needs to be delivered as part of this project, and as the project progresses a lot of new backlog item would be added to the product backlog as the dynamics of the particular scenarios keeps changing. So keeps adding, reprioritizing additional items to the backlogs are added depending on what are those dynamics. So further looking at a sprint backlog, so sprint refers to that short period of iterations, right? So which the team aims to get a given amount of work done. So it helps teams deliver working software in a frequent manner. So sprint could be between 1 to 4 weeks long depending on what is that deliverable is. So sprint backlog is a subset of product backlog. So that prioritized item what is taken into sprint, which is a time boxed iterations. The sprint backlog contains the tasks the team aims to complete to satisfy the sprint goal. So what is that sprint goal? So each of those iterations, the time boxed iterations, will have a specific objective to accomplish. So the sprint goal is the objective decided for the sprint as an outcome of negotiation between the product owner and the team. So what can be delivered, how long it takes to deliver. So when it has to be delivered, the target may be given by product owner, but is it possible, feasible to complete it? There is some negotiation which happens there. So they decide, they agree, yes, we can do it, we cannot do it. If at all we can do it, what is that it takes in terms of effort, time and cost. So everything is decided, discussed. So that objective of that particular iterations is agreed upon. So once it is agreed, I think a team should first identify the tasks from the product backlog that need to be delivered to achieve the goal. So these tasks are then added to sprint backlog. So there should be an agreement between both. And once it is added, once it is agreed as part of that sprint, the deliverable, the output of the sprint would be the one which needs to be completed as part of it, the objectives, the goal, the results, which is specific working software. Then product increment. So this refers to the combination of all product backlog, tasks completed in the sprint, and the value of the increment of previous sprints. Now, when we speak about lean speaks about elimination of waste. It speaks about value streams. Now, in each of the sprints, as we have a working software being delivered, now each of these pieces should keep complementing to the what is the one which is already delivered and what is being delivered in future. So keeping that in mind, every deliverable will be implemented or configured in such a way that there is no specific bottlenecks. There is no specific constraints which arises. So these needs to be kept in mind, which requires the entire visibility into what is that ultimate objective we are going to accomplish. So in this product increment, all those combination of the product backlogs task which is being done should keep this in mind. Team should be very clear about it. So in the first sprint, I delivered something. In the sprint 2, I delivered something, but I cannot integrate them. They cannot work together. It will lead into the further issues and then complications. That should not happen. So when we say agile, it's about moving faster, fine. So responding to change, fine, but that should not lead towards further complexity. It should make things simpler, smoother. So Scrum is stressing on that part. So an increment refers to inspectable, usable work done at the end of the sprint. It represents a step towards overall goal or vision of the project, as I was mentioning. Then the outcome should be in usable condition, even if the product owner doesn't decide to release it. So it should be in usable condition. So two things we speak about. So one is release, other one is deployment. Now people usually get confused between release and deployment. So release about this part, what we're speaking about, product is usable. So it is released, product is usable. But only after deployment, user will have an access to use it. So that is the difference. Release makes that product usable, whereas deployment makes it available to the user to use. So this difference people should know. So release doesn't mean that it is already available for user to use. So this understanding of the difference should also be there, so that one can understand what it means by release as well and what it means by deployment. That's why when we speak about DevOps, we keep speaking about CI/CD. In CI/CD, we speak about continuous integration, continuous delivery, and continuous deployment. So in continuous delivery, you're speaking about release basically. So once it is released, it becomes usable. So once it is deployed, it is available for user to use. And that's about the Scrum artifacts. Now let us look at Scrum framework, how that Scrum framework looks like in entirety. So what are the components comes into picture. Already we spoke about the Scrum approach itself, what it is. Now we spoke about understanding artifacts. Then we spoke about roles in Scrum, the activities for each of the roles we understood. Now where do we see all of this when we look at a Scrum framework? So that picture let us see. So when we say Scrum framework, already we spoke about the product backlog. We can see that it is in the left side in the beginning. We have a sprint planning. So we spoke about sprint, the time box iterations, and from the product backlog, the items which is moving towards sprint to a specific sprint, what needs to be delivered, which become sprint backlog. Now the backlog items are taken and Scrum team work on it and does a daily Scrum meeting. And once the deliverables of that particular sprint happens, then there is a review on it. Then the increment is delivered, and at the same time that retrospective, what was planned versus what is delivered, that is checked. If you look at from sprint review, so you have a retrospective to check what is planned versus what is being delivered. At the same time, the review points will come and get updated to product backlog as well to the product owner. So product owner should be aware what is delivered, what is pending to be delivered, and that increment is further delivered. So these increments, what is delivered to production, what is deployed in the production, should have values, that integration which happens, both all the increments coming together to provide that fulfillment of the requirement as well as creating that value what is required. So product backlog is the first step of Scrum framework, is a set of list of tasks to successfully achieve the goals of the stakeholders. We discussed that while discussing on product backlog. So further sprint planning happens where the team determines the tasks from the product catalog they will work on and aim to deliver during the sprint. Now this is negotiated, understood, agreed, and then moves towards sprint to get delivered. Then sprint backlog are the tasks discussed during the sprint planning, means the previous step, and also during the script planning, and then added to the sprint backlog. Once it goes to the sprint backlog, as part of the time boxed iteration sprint, the deliverables should happen. Now Scrum team, the Scrum team, which is actually self-organizing team as we mentioned, maybe 5 to 10, 9 members of team working on the task in the sprint backlog, and they will also have a daily scrums where the team also discusses for 15 minutes on the events where the team member synchronizes activities and plan what they aim to achieve in next 24 hours, what is accomplished against what is discussed in previous daily scrum, and then if at all any further discussions need to be done in the correction of those, that can be taken as a separate meeting, not as part of the daily scrum. So generally daily scrum meeting would be 15 minutes. It should not go more than that. It's an indicative time. So quicker updates to understand what is happening. Then the sprint review happens where once the sprint is complete, so sprint review happens, which involves the team, the Scrum Master and product owner and stakeholders to understand what is being agreed upon and what is being delivered. So reviewed, is that fulfilled in the entirety that is discussed. And then during this meeting, the team shows what they accomplished during the sprint. It allows time to ask questions, make observations, give feedback and provide suggestions, right? Then the product owner also presents the product backlogs, talk to the stakeholders to get feedback for upcoming sprints and about things related to the backlog. Now this one sprint is complete. For the next sprint, what should be the prioritization? So the product owner has to speak with the stakeholders so that there is a good understanding, good handshake that what needs to be delivered and what is the priority in the given list. Then sprint retrospective happens. So after the sprint review, sprint retrospective happens. So during this meeting, what went well, like past mistakes, potential issues, what are the new ways to handle them which are required to be done correctly in the next iterations or next sprints needs to be identified. Data from found from here are incorporated when planning the new sprint. So it works like a lessons learned. What went well, what did not go well, what is that we did for those what did not go well. So what is that learning we have in these iterations? So how can we ensure that in the upcoming iterations the same mistakes will not repeat? So those can be discussed, documented, and then consider while moving to the next sprint. Then the increment is a workable output which is given to the stakeholders. So this is where the user actually sees that workable piece, working item, and then they give necessary feedback as well on the particular application piece or software piece. Then there is something called Scrum board which is used during this flow of Scrum, right from product backlog to the creation of that increment. So let us look at what is a Scrum board which is used during the Scrum practice. So Scrum board is a physical or virtual tool that helps team to visualize items in the sprint backlog. So it helps in tracking what is being delivered, what is in progress, and what needs to be delivered further. So it shows all action items during the daily Scrum, helping keeping the team focused on tasks that need to be completion and the priorities of those. The Scrum board is usually present in a place that's accessible to all team members. It is a visual board, right? And can be physical, whiteboard and stickers, or virtual software tools which can be used and displayed on the screen. So the Scrum board is divided into different slots like to do, in progress, and done. So when new sprints are started, the existing board is reset and new Scrum board is created. So since it is visual system, I think it is taking the thought from Kanban. So visual system always works effective because the moment I see something is put against my name that I need to complete this, it's quite obvious to me that I will put efforts to complete it. So it's a conscious effort what I will put. It works on my consciousness. So something which is not visible to me, it is not out of sight is out of mind. So I will not work on it. So there is a tendency to forget. So if I see it regularly, if I have that feeling or that vibes which comes to every individual, that everyone is having a visibility to it, something is pending against me. So I'm answerable. That consciously that comes to the mind. So and people start working on it, and closing of that will happen quickly. So everything is visible. There is nothing hidden.
There are two main approaches to project management, the traditional waterfall approach and the agile approach. Originally, Agile developed as a way to better manage software development projects. Agile emerged in the late 1990s, specifically in response to the challenges encountered when managing software development projects using the traditional waterfall approach, specifically addressing the burdens of heavy documentation and frequent changes in requirements. Agile techniques and best practices began to emerge and gain prominence in software development projects. This led to a meeting in February 2001 in Park City, Utah, where 17 leading software developers wrote what has become known as the Agile Manifesto. Let's review the Agile Manifesto for software development together. We are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there is value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. Before you take your Agile Scrum Foundation certification exam, I recommend you memorize these 4 lines. We call them the statement of value. And you can see that on the right-hand side, those are items that are more relevant for the traditional or waterfall approach. And on the left, you have those things that are more agile in nature. Let's review each of these 4 lines. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Clearly, any project requires processes and tools. However, individuals and their interactions deliver better results when the emphasis is not on the processes and the tools. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Documentation here refers to things like status reports, progress reports, detailed specifications, which do not really demonstrate any real progress or value. Therefore, the emphasis is on working software that can be delivered and demonstrated. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Organizations need to be flexible and accommodating rather than following detailed definitions listed in contracts. Responding to change over following the plan. In Agile, small pieces of working software are delivered to the customer incrementally, and the customer is involved in the project from the beginning to the end. So in Agile, we are responsive to the customer and willing to make even mid-course corrections in order to deliver to the customer the value that the customer wants. Remember, you will be tested on these 4 lines. So again, I urge you to memorize them. In fact, knowing these 4 lines and having a feel for what they mean will actually help you get to the correct answer on many questions in the exam. Here we can see what it might look like to manage a project using the waterfall approach. You can see that the system and software requirements would need to be identified and documented upfront. That would be followed by the necessary analysis and program design work. Then comes the actual coding and testing. That's then followed by the handoff to the customer or to operations. As you can see, there is a heavy upfront cost of documentation, as well as the status reporting that would need to be done during the course of the project. You can also see that it would be difficult to respond to change in this kind of an approach. In fact, the Standish Group issued a study that showed that software development projects using the Agile approach succeed 3 times more often than when using the waterfall approach. The Standish Group defined project success as being on time, on budget, and delivering all of the planned features. The study summarized as follows. The Agile process is the universal remedy for software development project failure. Software applications developed through the Agile process have 3 times the success rate of the traditional waterfall method and a much lower percentage of time and cost overruns.
Now, let's talk about Scrum versus Agile. Firstly, let's have a look at methodologies. Now, Agile is a set of principles that are iterative and incremental. Agile has a number of different methodologies you can choose from. There's XP, Crystal, Kanban, even Scrum for that matter. Let's talk about Scrum now. Scrum is an implementation of the concepts of Agile. So basically, most of the important components of Agile can be applied to Scrum as well. It provides the customer with incremental builds that are delivered to the customer in the span of 2 to 4 weeks. An organization can be Agile, but not practice Scrum. However, an organization cannot practice Scrum without being Agile. Next up, let's have a look at projects. Agile is more suited towards projects that have a small development team that consists of experts. Whereas on the side of Scrum, it's usually better suited for projects that are subject to a large amount of change, and that too rapidly. Next, we have leadership. Now for Agile, a project head takes care of all the tasks and has a very important role to play in the process of Agile. A project head represents the entire team and is responsible for getting issues resolved by assigning them to the appropriate members of the team. In Scrum, there's no leader. There's a Scrum Master who can overall guide the Scrum process, but the team addresses issues by themselves. It usually involves cross-functional and self-organizing teams. Next up, we have flexibility. Agile is relatively more rigid than Scrum and cannot handle changes with ease. It also requires a lot of upfront development process and changes within the organization. With Scrum, you can enable teams delivery. Agile requires frequent deliveries so that they can get feedback from the end user. This in turn will help make the product better. The product is delivered as well as updated on a regular basis. With Scrum, after a sprint, feedback from the client for a build is provided to the team. Scrum involves daily Scrum meetings to review and get feedback to determine the next steps of the project. The next sprint is only planned by the team after the current sprint is complete. Next, we have collaboration. With Agile, collaboration involves face-to-face interactions with team members of other cross-functional teams. For Scrum, daily stand-up meetings take place with specific roles like Scrum Master, Product Owner, and the Scrum team. And finally, we have design. With Agile, the design as well as its execution, it's relatively simple. With Scrum, the design and its execution can be innovative and experimental. So you might be wondering, which one should you choose? Now, among both these options, there's one thing that will remain common: Agile. Now, what you can decide upon is which Agile methodology you'll be choosing. Is it Lean, is it Kanban, or is it Scrum? Now, if you do want to know more about how Scrum and Kanban are different from one another, you can check out our video, Scrum vs Kanban. Kanban comes from the Japanese word kanban, which literally means signboard. Like Scrum, Kanban is a popular Agile framework that is a visual system by which the work can be managed with ease as it progresses. Kanban uses something known as the Kanban board to make these things possible. With this, you can easily identify bottlenecks and then fix them cost effectively at optimal speeds. The main focus with Kanban is transparency. Since everything related to the tasks are on the board, everyone can keep themselves updated. It also ensures that teams focus on their current tasks until they're done. This limits the amount of work that's in progress. So on the Kanban board, work is divided into smaller, more manageable pieces. The work that's needed to be done is written on a note or card and placed on a board. Columns on the board help represent where each item is, with respect to the workflow. Now let's have a look at what these are in detail. Let's find out how Kanban works. Now the board consists of three major components. There's the to-do list, which represents items that need to be completed. The ongoing column, which represents items that are being currently worked on. And the completed or the done column. Now these represent tasks or items that have already been completed. Now although this is a physical representation of the board, several organizations use software versions of the board that replaces the sticky notes with cards that can be moved from one column to another as work progresses. Now an example of such a software is Trello. So if you want to learn more about Trello, you can check out the link I'll be adding to the live chat in a moment. At this point, you guys must have realized how similar these two frameworks sound. So let's run through some more of their similarities. Let's find out how they are similar. Firstly, they both have principles of Lean and Agile, which means reduction of waste, and both of them are time-boxed and iterative approaches that enable product delivery in an incremental manner. Both these frameworks aim to reduce the amount of work in progress. This forces the teams to ensure that they focus on a smaller set of tasks. This also makes blockers and bottlenecks a little more visible. In both cases, the work is divided into smaller, more manageable units. Both of these frameworks use pull scheduling, Now this means that products are only built based on demand rather than forecasts. Transparency plays a major role in both these frameworks by helping them drive process improvement. And in both cases, the release plan is continuously optimized. And finally, both these methods aim to deliver releasable software often and earlier than expected. So now that we've reached midway, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys use Scrum or Kanban in your workplace? Or do you use these software for personal reasons? What exactly do you use these for? Let me know in the live chat. Now let's have a look at how these two frameworks are different from one another. Firstly, let's have a look at cadence. Cadence refers to the amount of time in a sprint or before a release. So when it comes to Scrum, the entire project is divided into time-constrained iterations. That is, into smaller, manageable units. But when it comes to Kanban, it's event-driven. The next criteria we're going to have a look at is release methodology. In Scrum, releases take place after each sprint, which usually takes 2 to 4 weeks to complete. For Kanban, releases take place in the form of continuous delivery. They happen in such a way that changes like new features, configuration changes, bug fixes, and experiments get to the users in a safe, quick, and sustainable manner. Next up, let's have a look at how changes are addressed in both these frameworks. In Scrum, no change can be made while the sprint is in progress. Once it's complete, changes can be considered in the sprint plan and then added to the sprint backlog. With Kanban, changes can be made at any time and incorporated into the workflow. Now, let's consider the metric that's being measured. In Scrum, for planning and process improvement, velocity, which is the measure of the work that can be completed by a team in a sprint, is the key metric. In Kanban, lead time is the key metric. This represents the period of time between a new task's appearance in your workflow and its final departure from the system. Next, let's have a look at how teams work in these frameworks. In Scrum, you need a cross-functional team to achieve your goals in a sprint. In Kanban, cross-functional teams are optional, but specialized teams that focus on particular aspects of the workflow are required. Now, let's talk about new additions. In Scrum, just like handling changes, you can't add any items between a sprint or an iteration. In Kanban, new items can be added to the board as long as there's capacity available for it. Now, let's have a look at the job roles within these frameworks. Scrum has 3 major job roles: Product Owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum Team. With Kanban, you don't have any specific job roles. Now, let's talk about representation. Or moreover, let's talk about how data can be represented. With Scrum, the board needs to be reset once a particular sprint is complete. With Kanban, the board stays persistent throughout the entirety of the project. And finally, let's have a look at project length. With Scrum, it's better suited for longer projects. And with Kanban, projects that can be completed in a shorter period of time are better. So which one should you choose? Now, selecting from these two methods is mainly based on the requirements of the team. Do you expect your project to be shorter? Do you want to make changes at any time? You don't want to set up job-specific roles? Then Kanban is the framework for you. Or do you want a long-running project with different job roles and involving cross-functional teams? Scrum is the answer for you. Based on the differences we discussed in the last topic, you can make an informed decision. Now, let's have a look at some of the popular companies around the world that employ both these frameworks. Some of the companies that have successfully implemented Scrum are Facebook, General Electronics, and Adobe. Companies that have implemented Kanban are Siemens, BBC, and SAP.
And what I want to do, team, is I want to, before we get into the user stories, I want to go to the whiteboard and I want to just give you a little bit more information that might help us in organizing our discussion that we're about to embark on here. So a word that is not in our slides is themes. Themes are epics and user stories grouped together. You know, similar epics and user stories grouped together for planning purposes. So an epic is big. You would never do an epic a theme in a sprint. It's too big. So it's used for planning purposes. Below that, I would put epics. Epics are low priority, large user stories, meaning that an epic will eventually have to be disaggregated into multiple user stories. The reason it would be low priority is because if an epic was higher up on the product backlog, it would have to be more detailed. That's when you would break it down. So epics are usually going to live at the lower priority levels of a product backlog, and as user stories are completed and the epic rises in priority, it will eventually be broken down into more manageable user stories. So great big low priority user stories. Then we have user stories themselves. User stories are functions or features that the product owner wants to have developed. A user story turns into working software that provides value to the customer. And the product owner is the customer voice. The product owner is the one who would accept or reject completed user stories. And then there are tasks. And a reminder, when we were talking about the sprint planning meeting, we said the sprint planning meeting is got two parts to it. The first part is selecting all of the user stories that are going to be included in the sprint, and then disaggregating each of those user stories into tasks. That's done in the sprint planning meeting, and then those tasks are the things that are actually then done when the work of the sprint begins. User stories can be estimated in story points or ideal days. Most teams favor story points. They might start with ideal days, but they will then usually end up going to story points. Tasks are estimated in ideal time, which is usually hours. Okay, so now back to our slides. So at the top left, a use case could be an example of a user story. So it's something that the user wants to do and how the system should support it. A use case could be select and pay for items in a catalog. Now that could actually be an epic or maybe a theme, because maybe it would get disaggregated into log on screen, catalog, shopping cart, and checkout. But so the use case could either be a standalone user story, or it could actually be a number of user stories that would result from it. Below that requirement, it could be a functional requirement, a technical task, or even a bug fix. So I'm going to go back to the whiteboard, and a product backlog is going to have a lot of user stories that come from the customer, right? Whatever the customer wants done. But the team may know that it has to do some development work in order for the user stories to even be able to work. You know, there's some system level non-functional requirements that need to be done. And so there could be tech user stories. And then, can you see this low? I can't see your chats, but then there could also be defect user stories. There could even be risk user stories. Now, what could happen is that the product owner ranks these in priority. So this one first, then that one, then that one. And the team says, well, the only thing is that we have to do some development work before we can actually do user story 2. And so what we really need to do is insert that before the second priority user story. And so the priority of the user stories in the product backlog, while it might start with just being, simple functional user stories coming from the product owner, it will evolve until it includes some other things that are also considerations when it comes to priorities, because of successor, predecessor relationships, dependencies, and things like that are considerations. A user story, back to the screen, bottom left now, the user story can use a fictitious user or a persona to help the team or the team and the product owner to get an idea of, okay, who's going to be doing this function, what are they going to need in order to be able to complete the function, etc. So you try and come up with an actual, well, a fictitious, but a person who's actually doing it, to kind of get out of the realm of, listing requirements and, specs and things like that, and say, okay, what's the user experience need to look like? Top right, template. A portion of a user story is, let me back up. So a user story card is usually going to contain a brief description of the user story using some kind of a meta-language format, like we're suggesting right here. As a user or persona, I want this feature so that I can. So not unlike our estimating session here. As a frequent traveler, I want to eat grapes so I can be healthier. In the one that we didn't do, the inventory system, as a customer, okay, there's a user. I want to get cash back so I don't have to wait in line at the bank. Okay, here's another user story. As a consumer, I want the shopping cart functionality to easily purchase items online. And maybe that could be customer as well. As an executive, right, as a suit, I want to generate a sales report so I know which departments need to improve their productivity. As a buyer, so you can see I tried to come up with these different roles right here: executive, buyer, sales rep, etc. And that's the format. As a type of user, I want some kind of goal or feature, and so that's some kind of a reason. Below that, connect the dots by writing all of the user stories necessary to uncover the entire use case. So like we were talking about right here, if you want to be able to purchase items online from a catalog, that might be multiple user stories in order to support that use case. And so, of course, we would want to be able to connect the dots and see where all the user stories fit into the overall goal of the project or release. And the stories, excuse me, are grouped to form an epic or higher level story, so epic or theme. Stories can then be split into child stories or tasks, and so that's what we were covering before, right? So you have themes up at the top. That's the biggest grouping, if you will, used primarily for high-level planning purposes. So you have your themes, then you have your epics, which are large user stories, low priority, and they're going to have to be broken down into smaller user stories. Like in the question that we had at the end of the last section, where the product owner needed something done, and the team said, well, based on the size of this user story, it's going to take 3 sprints to do. Well, a user story has to be small enough to be completed within a single sprint. So a sprint can contain more than one user story, but a user story cannot span sprints. So that feature or function that was in the question was probably more like an epic. It was something that would need to be disaggregated into smaller user stories, or perhaps it was more of a use case that would need more than one user story in order to actually deliver the overall use case. Let's see, as a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so that I can reallocate work the next day. Great user story description. Well done, Viraj. Did you hear that, team? As a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so I can reallocate work the next day. That is a well-crafted description of a user story. Now, here are some things that I want you to memorize. You were hoping I was done with the memorization part. So I want you to remember that we have to invest in our user stories. And I was going over to the whiteboard and I didn't change cameras, so let me do that. I recommend figuring out how you memorize best so that you can, well, not if you wanted to. What I recommend is being able to write out all of this stuff on plain white scrap paper in about 14 minutes, because that's the amount of free time you have in the tutorial when you're at the, or when you're taking the test. Exin does it a little bit different. You maybe won't have a tutorial. The only time you'd have a tutorial is if you were at a center taking a test. Exin has other options, like you can do a paper-based test where you get a third party, a buddy or somebody who will agree to sort of proctor the test for you. Or you can do it on your laptop all by yourself, and they have software that watches you while you're taking the test, and they require you to take the laptop and do like a 360 so that they can verify that you don't have any cheat sheets up on the wall or anything like that. But the point is you got to have this memorized, whether you're going to dump it out onto paper or not. When I took the test, I actually did the paper-based option. And that was because of some time constraints, and it was the quickest way to get me into the test. And so I didn't write out any of the stuff I'd memorized, but I had it memorized, and I had it memorized well enough that I could kind of recall it in my mind's eye. Okay, so we're talking about user stories, and you have to invest in your user stories. You know I like memorizing things by creating these charts that have the first letter of the word or phrase that you're memorizing in a separate column. And then I make up a story, that reminds me that I've got to have INVEST. This one is pretty easy. Probably just invest works. So let's go over that. I stands for independent. Independent, meaning that each user story stands on its own. You don't have, when we're doing Scrum, you don't do a user story that won't result in working software. We just talked about the description of user stories, right? So it's a user that needs some kind of functionality for some kind of a reason, and they're all independent. Will they work together? Of course they'll work together if that's a necessity, but if you developed a logon screen, you could demonstrate working software for the login screen. There might be another user story that is, has to do with displaying the catalog and being able to flag or select items that you want to purchase. But there'd be working software for that. Would they work together? Yes, but each user story would complete or result in some kind of working software, and they have to be independent. Negotiable. Negotiable in the way the user story is going to be implemented. The product owner doesn't dictate to the team. The team doesn't say it's only this way and we don't want to hear anything from you. So there are discussions about the size and implementation for each user story. So the product owner can't make it so detailed that there's no room for discussion and the possibility of the team coming up with solutions other than what the product owner was attempting to dictate. V stands for valuable, meaning each user story has to create value for the customer or the end user. E has to be estimable, as in estimatable, except estimatable is not really a word, it's estimable. And S is for small, has to be small enough to be done in a single sprint. If we're doing 2-week sprints, it has to be able to be done in 2 weeks or less. If we're doing 4-week sprints, it could be a larger user story, but it would still have to be done in 4 weeks or less. And then the last one, the T, is testable. Every user story needs to be testable, and it needs to be testable at 2 levels. Remember our triangle? It needs to be testable at the intrinsic quality level, unit tests, etc., and also testable at the extrinsic level, which is the customer point of view, which is acceptance. So every user story has to be testable. Okay, so that's invest, and so let's add that to our list of things to memorize. Invest. And then the next one we have here is the 3 C's of a user story. So the first C, team, is card. So user stories should be able to be written on a 4 by 6 inch index card or some media similar to that. Card. The second C is conversation. The user story card is the item that is used for the team and the product owner to talk and discuss in order to make sure that the product owner and the team are on the same page when it comes to what is actually supposed to be developed and what it's supposed to look like at the end, which leads us to the third one, which is confirmation. Each user story essentially has to have acceptance tests in it itself. So card 4 by 6, conversation, that's the starting point. That's where the team and the product owner discuss, and then eventually there will be acceptance tests included on the user story card in order to be used during the sprint review to assure that it's acceptable, that there's confirmation. Okay, so, let's add that to the memorization list. So, 3 C's. All right, now I've got an example here of a user story card. So we're looking right here. And if you were to go out on the internet and search user story cards, they would be similar. There would be some differences, of course. But typically what you're going to have is you're going to have a title or a name for the user story. And then there's going to be some kind of unique identifier, like user story 321. Then there will be the description like we just talked about. As a librarian, I want to have the facility of searching a book by different criteria so that I will save time while serving a customer. Then there might be some other descriptive words or links to other information that might be necessary. And then there would be acceptance criteria or tests. Sometimes these get included on the back of the card, but the point is that they are on the card. Then there will be an estimate of size. It could be ideal days or story points. As I mentioned, most teams do story points. that's more likely what you'll be tested on as opposed to ideal days. But we'll cover both so you understand the differences. There's probably, it's not listed here, but there's probably going to be a value point assignment. This is where the product owner kind of determines in a relative way the value of the stories. Just like we were doing in planning poker, the product owner might say, well, this story is twice as valuable as this other one, comparing them together. And this is what these value points are what's used to prioritize the user stories. That's supposed to be a V, as in value points. And then typically there's also going to be a indication, sometimes it's just by colors, it could be words, that has to do with where the story came from. Did it come from the customer? That would be considered a functional requirement. If it came from the team, that would be from the technical domain. I'm trying to write where from. It's not me, team, it's the mouse. Clearly, it's hard to do that. That's from, where from. Here it's got customer, tech. You could also have defect. You could maybe have risk. And then there's also going to be an X factor, which would be some kind of word, probably like stable, erratic, incomplete, something like that, to so that the team is designating the user story in respect to the amount of uncertainty or risk that's associated with that user story. And because all of that's a part of the story, right? The story is going to be turned into working software. There may need to be some efforts to actually figure out how to actually do that user story. So that's the X factor. Over to the right here on the same chart, we have some comments about if you are using a software package, excuse me, like Trello or Jira or something like that, excuse me, the user story cards will generally be able to contain more information using, dynamic links and things like that. Could even include things like a responsible team member, or depending on how you're doing it, you would break the user story down into tasks, and you might have team members assigned to various tasks for the user story. Okay, so that's typically what a user story card is like. Sometimes they're cards, sometimes they're like on sticky notes, and they're put up on a Kanban board if you're using Kanban to track the project. If you have a story that is too large to be completed in a sprint, it's going to have to be subdivided, or we call it disaggregation, into smaller user stories. And there's 3 ways that we're proposing here that you could go about doing that. You could split it based on operational boundaries. For example, as an operator, one needs to manage reservations, which could be split. For example, there could be one portion that is that has to do with making a reservation, another one that has to do with modifying it, and yet another one that has to do with canceling it. So that could be split into, in this construct here, 3 separate user stories. You could also separate based on exceptions or cross-cutting concerns. For example, in the beginning, develop only one main path, like accept repayment for a loan. Then address exceptions, like what if a person overpays? Then come up with a user story that recognizes that and processes a refund, and or gives the option of allocating the overpayment to a future payment or something like that. And then also adds on other concerns like the check access restrictions or record name of operator. So maybe, when you're working on accepting payments or processing refunds, it's going to check on who the operator is or track that so that if at a later time, who was it that gave this refund here? Well, you could look and see, okay, the operator's name was recorded. Or maybe you put some restrictions so that maybe not everybody is allowed to do a refund. And so you would have levels of users that have different privileges. Okay, and then down at the bottom, split based on data boundaries. For an example, as an accountant, one needs to enter balance sheet information, which could then be split into summary information and separately receivable details, or maybe you could have AP. So you could have different portions of the overall balance sheet activities that need to be done. So enter AR, enter AP, etc. Make sense? So just to kind of prompt you, give you some ideas about what to do in a Scrum project if you have the scenario arise where a user story is being estimated by the team and it won't fit into a sprint. It's too big. Now, when it comes to determining value for user stories, this is primarily owned by the product owner, right? And it always comes back to money, but money, the value can be looked at from different points of view. So new revenue, obviously, getting new customers and having them buy stuff. Well, below that, there's another consideration, incremental revenue. So somebody's in the process of placing an order, maybe there are some premium features that could be add-ons at that point in time, or maybe added later on. So you have an existing customer who actually buys more of or enhanced parts of the existing thing they already purchased or are in the process of purchasing. Retained value. So this is, retaining customers so that they don't go to a competitor. And then the bottom one is operational efficiency. How could things be done to speed up the process of whatever it is so that the cost of delivering the product is reduced. So this then leads us to a discussion about priorities, recognizing that there are some priority concerns that come from both the customer domain as well as the technical domain. And there are some prioritization models. If we look right here, there is value-based prioritization, and the hierarchy of that would be high value, followed by high risk, followed by high value, and then low risk, followed by low value, and then low risk. So, we might have written this a little bit differently, but that's value-based prioritization, and this is primarily the product owner with maybe some input from the team, just simply deciding what he or she wants done most, listening to the team say, well, there's some, greater risks with this user story than that, and so you'd probably want to persuade the product owner to take care of high-risk stuff first, because that would have an impact on the future things that need to be done. There's the Kano model, which looks at each of the user stories and classifies them as being mandatory, linear, or exciters. And the mandatory items are those user stories that are musts. And they'll never move the customer or the end user beyond neutral. It's if they're not there, it creates dissatisfaction. If the product owner and the team has done a good job in identifying what are the mandatory or threshold items, you would see that it just gets it to neutral. That's what's expected for the product. Linear items user stories are those user stories that as they are implemented progressively throughout the project and added to the feature set, it will linear increase customer satisfaction. And it can be, in their absence, dissatisfaction, all the way up to high implementation, creating a great deal of satisfaction for the customer. And then the third category is exciters and delighters. And those are features or functions, those are user stories that are not mandatory. And the absence of them will never result in satisfaction going below neutral. But by adding them, you could create excitement and delight for the customer. These would typically be things that are features that would be included in a premium version of the product, or maybe add-ons that are promoted, at the point of sale. Have you thought about this because it'll really help you, or whatever. So that's the Kano model, and then there's Uyghur's relative weighting method. And this is all using numbers. So each feature is given a value for its benefit, and its penalty given a value for penalty, meaning what's the pain if that feature or function is not included. And then there is the cost side and the risk side. And then those are all calculated together, and that results in, a ranking or a hierarchy, which gives you the priority for the user stories. We also talked about Moscow, didn't we? Did we talk about Moscow? Moscow is another prioritization model. Must, could, I said that differently. Must, should, could, won't. Moscow, M-S-C-W. Must, should, could, won't. And we talked about that one. Thank you for that confirmation. Does it seem like a long time ago, or is it just me? I know it was just last weekend, but it's like last year. Okay, so now let's talk about velocity. Priyanka, that is exactly right. So velocity is the capacity of the team to complete work in a single iteration. So the team has estimated the user stories for size or ideal days, and the sprints are going to be 3 weeks in duration. Obviously, not all user stories can be completed in a single sprint and be done with the project. Well, I guess maybe I shouldn't say obviously. When I'm saying that, I'm thinking, well, maybe you had a very small, short duration project, so you could. But the point is that it's the team's capacity to complete work in a given sprint. And it is an observation. It's not a prediction. So if we're working on sprint 5 and we're working on determining what our velocity is, then it would be the average of the previous 4 sprints. If there were any outliers, you would disregard those. And so it's an observation. If we look over to box number 2 here, velocity is used to deal with determining how many user stories we are going to include in a given sprint, and also how many sprints are we going to need to create a release or a set of user stories. And here's an example. In box number 3, a team completed 5 user stories that were sized 5, 3, 8, 13, and 2. 2 user stories, each sized 5, were left half complete. What is the velocity of the team? And the answer is either going to be 31 or 36. 31 is the sum of the completed user stories. If you were 36, you were claiming half of the 2 that were 5. So that would be a total of 10. So you claim half of it, which would be 5, would take you to 36. But it's not going to be 36 because the only thing that counts towards progress is working software. So even if the team had finished 9 out of 10 story points for a user story, meaning it's almost done, and then the sprint ends, that doesn't get counted towards velocity. And you don't mess around with velocity. You can mess around with your estimating, and you can mess around with what user stories are going to be completed in a sprint, but you don't. The velocity is not variable. It is what it is based on past performance. When it comes to levels of planning, we have what's called the planning onion. And let me walk you through this here. Up at the broadest area is the vision level. So the vision level, that's the suits, right? They're the ones that have the strategy and objectives for the company and where it's going. And so they have that overall big vision for the company, which is likely going to include products. And each product should have a roadmap. My example of that website that I'm working on has 3 versions which make up the product roadmap. Version 1 is the free site, version 2 is the membership site, and version 3 is the pay referral commissions version of the site. And the product roadmap is then supported by releases. So for my project, I have 3 releases. So all of the user stories needed for the free version are in release 1. All of the additional user stories that are needed for the paid version, the subscriber version, and then also for version 3, those are all releases, 3 releases. And then for each sprint, we will be pulling user stories from the release that we're working on. A release is likely going to take multiple sprints. And then the sprints are populated by the individual user stories, which are then disaggregated into tasks. And we do the daily Scrum, which is the daily level of planning and coordination. So we call that the planning onion. We already kind of talked about the release and roadmap concept here. So let's just review this quickly. Prioritize high-level epics and determine goals and releases. So we'll use epics and themes in order to group things together. You know, what should be included in what's released. So what are the goals for the releases? Then the first bullet point, establish goals of release based on market demand, regulatory needs, or customer expectations. For each release, you want to estimate the target stories. Repeat until the target stories are assigned an iteration length. It's blending some things here. Be able to estimate velocity and then assign stories to the sprints. So we keep estimating the user stories and we keep organizing that until we can do that. We can come up with an iteration length, a sprint length, and then figure out what our velocity for each sprint is, and then assign stories to the sprints. The next bullet down, iterate until the user stories and release date meets conditions of satisfaction. So that's definition of done or acceptance for the release. And try not to pack too much into a release backlog. So just like you would not want to pack too many user stories into a sprint. You want to have the timelines appropriate and what are included in the events make sense. Okay, so here's a bit more about release planning on this slide here. You've got the product backlog here on the left, and then we might come up with a release plan, which could be flipped and could be looked at horizontally. And you probably plan about 3 releases in advance, or at least you're doing more of the detailed planning on that. Because things are going to emerge when we do, sprint 1 that's going to help in sprint 2, and things that happen in sprints 1 and 2 that are going to help release 3. And then you've got, your subsequent releases where we're just doing very high-level planning. It's called rolling wave planning, where we do detailed planning for things in the future in tandem with doing high-level planning for things in the future. Did I say that right? Detailed planning for things in the near term in tandem with high-level planning for things in the future. And we talked about deciding as late as possible, I believe, meaning that it's better to actually plan the later releases for purposes of making sure we have more information, the most information available. Okay, so estimation. Let's start at the top left. The principles behind estimation. Understand the cone of uncertainty, which is an estimate or best guess to begin with, and then progressively becomes more accurate. In fact, let's just take a break and look at the cone of uncertainty. So at the very beginning of a project, there's going to be a high level of uncertainty. If I were to draw this chart, I would make it a little bit more like this. So clearly, you're going to de-risk the project as early as you can, and then eventually all risk disappears when the project is done. Risk is uncertainty. Okay, below that, the only estimate that matters is the one given by the team. Supported by this comment here, nothing is impossible for the one who doesn't have to do it. So the product owner is like, team, come on, you can do this. The team's like, no, we know what our velocity is. No, the product owner says, I'm telling you, there's no way that that can't be done. I know you can do it. I trust you. I believe in you. But the product owner doesn't have to do the work. Okay, top right, overestimation and underestimation is always going to be an issue that we deal with. It's more likely that we will underestimate than overestimate. And by looking at our velocity from iteration or sprint to sprint, there could be some information that is showing us that we're underestimating, for example, meaning we're thinking the user stories are smaller than they are, and that we can get, a certain number done in a sprint, and then there's a fail. Well, that would mean then that would be discussed during the retrospective, and then we would do something different going forward, which might include doing some re-estimating. Scrum estimating is not necessarily more difficult. However, Scrum exposes bad estimates sooner, which is a good thing. When we were doing our planning poker, you could see that the first time as a team, we didn't know each other. We didn't know everybody's thoughts and concerns. And those kinds of things, get shared and absorbed as a project goes on. And so there's a higher awareness of that. So what we would say is that using estimation techniques, Scrum estimation techniques, might be more inaccurate at the beginning of a project, but they will quickly become very accurate as the project advances forward. Let's see, there's a question here. Can velocity be increased over a period of time for the project? Yes, it can. Now, it's not that it will increase if the team is learning how to work together better and better. You would expect that, if I can just use my mouse here, if we were tracking velocity, so this would be points completed over here. Let me just do PTS for points. And down here is time. And we go from sprint to sprint, right? You would expect that maybe, the first couple of sprints, the team would be learning how to work together, and there would be a steep curve, and then it would kind of flatten out and maybe have, a slow rise going forward as the team emerges as a high-performing team. They get better at their cross-functional behavior. Somebody's sick, the team just keeps chugging along. Other things, oh, sorry. There, I bumped a thing on my screen there. So the team, learns how to work better together, and their estimates become more accurate, etc. And you would expect a high-performing team to have a result like this for velocity, where there's quick improvement, and then it kind of stabilizes and then begins to tick upwards. Okay, we talked about the cone of uncertainty. Let's talk about ideal time. When we do estimating for user stories, we do it in ideal days. When we do estimating for tasks, we do it in ideal time, which means hours. I think that's on the whiteboard, or it was on the whiteboard. Oh, it was on it. So ideal time is the amount of time it takes to complete a piece of work. But that's based on the notion that the team member or members are available to do just the work with no distractions or anything at all. So assuming that Priyanka could sit down at a keyboard and code for 8 hours without taking a break for lunch, no phone calls, no discussions, no meetings of any kind, just work 8 hours, how much could be done in that 8 hours by Priyanka? That's what ideal time is. But the thing of it is that there is no such thing as somebody being able to spend every minute of every day only doing work. There will be distractions. So it has to be converted into elapsed time. Now, we don't convert it to elapsed time at the user story level, but we do convert it to elapsed time when we are dealing at the task level. And what that looks like is, for each team member, you're going to have to do it separately, because some team members have more distractions than others. Some might have other duties that pull them away. Whatever the case may be, you determine how much time in a given day a team member is available to do work. So say it's 5 hours out of 8 for one. Maybe it's 6 hours out of 8 for another. Maybe it's 4 out of 8, but you figure out what it is, and then you take the average, and that average availability is used then to convert ideal time into elapsed time. I should have circled this box here because we talked about this as well. And then I already mentioned this here, only considers actual work time, not the distractions. So that's the concept of ideal time. When it comes to story points, it's different than that. They are a measure of size relative to each other. So we were doing planning poker this morning where we were looking at grapes versus apples, and then we were looking at oranges and what else do we have? Watermelons and coconuts. And we weren't trying to figure out how much time it would take to eat grapes as opposed to how much time it would take to eat a coconut. It's clear that it's going to take longer to eat a coconut because there's more effort involved. So we have a sense that it's going to take more time. But comparing the coconut to our baseline of 2, right? We came up with a baseline of 2 for the smallest user story. We compare eating coconuts to that baseline and we say, okay, you know what? It's going to take more effort to eat the coconut than it is to eat grapes or apples. So you can do it like we did. You can also triangulate. For example, when we did our planning project this morning, or this morning for me rather, at the beginning, Oh, that's not it. That is the daily stand-up. Here it is. If I had said, team, I want you to pick a small user story, a medium user story, and a large user story. And then we would then compare other stories to those three, and so we would kind of triangulate on it. Let's say that we did, 2 was small. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Grapes was small, apples were medium, and coconuts were large. Well, if we then looked at orange and we said, well, orange is smaller than apples but bigger than grapes. So we would know this would fit in between grapes and apples. And so let's say, we had apples at 5 and grapes at 2, then we would say an orange is probably going to be 3. And the values, now I used, in our example, the modified Fibonacci series. What we do in Scrum and Agile, if we're using story points, we're going to use a non-linear scale for the values. So down at the bottom here, there's the modified Fibonacci sequence. The way the Fibonacci sequence works, by the way, it's the value is the sum of the 2 on the right. So let me break this right here because this is a modified Fibonacci. So 13 is 5 plus 8. 8 is 3 plus 5. 5 is 2 plus 3, and 3 is 1 plus 2. If we were doing the real Fibonacci series, this wouldn't be 20. It would be 13 plus 8, which would be 21. I don't know why some use modified Fibonacci and others not, but that's just kind of a common thing to do. If you're doing planning poker, you give everybody 7 cards, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and 20. Another nonlinear scale is doubling, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. You typically don't go too far to the left with the values because that either means that you're being too granular or you've got stories that are probably too big and they need to be disaggregated. Now, somebody just chatted here, should some buffer time be included in the actual estimates? Let me answer that question first by going back to ideal time, and then I'm going to come back to story points and answer the question. When we're estimating in ideal time, we don't add a special amount of time that we would call a buffer. We just allow for the distractions and the interruptions, which could look like a buffer, right? You're saying, Priyanka, if based on your duties in the organization and our workday of 8 hours, you're typically available to be doing your project work 5 out of those 8 hours. So when we are converting ideal time to elapsed time, we will be building in extra time based on distractions and interruptions. We would not call it a buffer, but that's essentially what we're doing. Now, when it comes to user stories that we're using story points, it is different. The points are for the entire amount of the work. And why might we need to have some extra time for a user story? Well, it's likely going to be driven by uncertainty. There might be other things that impact it, but that's the main thing. Sorry, team. So when the team is estimating the size of the user story, they will be including in their discussion and estimates any extra time or buffer time that would be needed for that user story to be completed. So do we accommodate uncertainty when we're using story points? Yes, we're looking at the X factor, and if we've got an unstable user story, then we're probably going to say, this is going to be a bigger user story than one that's similar but has a much lesser level of uncertainty. So that's the story points. Let's compare the two. Ideal time uses things like hours and days, which is easier to explain outside the team. right? The suits like things in days and hours. Everybody's estimate may be different, not a bad thing. It's easier to do at the beginning because we're oriented to think about time. And it does kind of shine a light on wasted time. Story points are harder to explain outside the team. The suit says, well, how long is it going to take to do user story 301? And our answer is, well, that's a 10 user story point user story. And the suit's saying, what does that mean? Tell me how long it's going to take. So the suits have to be converted to story points. Now, here's the thing. It's a lot easier to get consensus when we're estimating in story points. And once we get good at it, it's going to be much faster. We have to remember it's not comparable across teams. So, a team working together will have its own kind of system for sizing the stories, and another team that might even be working on the same project will have a whole different scheme. And so if the velocity of one team is 25 and the velocity of another is 50, it doesn't mean that the team with the velocity of 50 is able to do more work than the teams whose velocity is 25. And we did, when we got our day going, we started with a planning poker exercise. And so, we used all of the team members. So we selected the team. The product owner was there to answer any questions. The team discussed each of the story cards and then decided what their vote was going to be. And then everybody voted at once. If there were outliers, they were discussed. And the reasons for that, those variances, those outliers, were then part of the discussion. And then we did another round of voting. And we would keep doing that until we had our estimates converge or we reached consensus on them. Okay, so advantages of planning poker: it's fun, it's quick, it gets the whole team involved, the team understands a little bit about all of the stories, everybody contributes his or her expertise, and the discussion during the estimation provides clarity in the direction approach and even a bit of design. If we were in the same room team and we were doing a planning poker activity like we did at the beginning of our day together, we would be able to, model it a little bit better. Or if we tried to unmute everybody, but you could hear the background noise. I've tried doing it, it doesn't really work. But you get the idea that if the team's discussing and things like that, you would actually get to the point where your estimates would converge and the team would say, okay, this user story size is, whatever it is. Okay, so we need to wrap things up for the day. So we are ending right here. And that means tomorrow when we get together, we're going to be doing slide 20, or starting with that, which is affinity estimating. And let's see, affinity estimating, we go through that. We're going to talk about tracking progress using information radiators. And then we're going to talk about what we do when we find variances between the plan and the actual results, and then we'll have our quiz. So we're almost finished. I think we're good on time.
Now let us look at a typical scenario of an organization where the need of user stories would come in. So looking at this scenario, say an organization would have a scenario where the existing products are sold very well in the market, and they may think about introducing new product, or they may think about introducing a new feature or functionality to the existing product. So the scenario what we are considering is, it says our previous product sold really well in the market. Now let's think about new products. So we'll need to make sure we can understand the requirements and fulfill the requirements. Now, how do you do this? So how are you going to understand the consumer requirements, user requirements, and how is that going to help the user to accomplish the requirement and fulfill the need, whatever it's required to be fulfilled? So user story helps. One who understands the user stories would look at the perspective of the users, and these user stories provides those insight towards what user would exist. So as we go through, we will understand in the perspective of the users, their requirements, and how user stories helps in terms of fulfilling those requirements. This requires certain amount of visualization. Let us see what it is. So what are user stories? User stories are an agile software development project management tool that provides users with simple natural language explanations of one or more features written from the end user's perspectives. So for a given product, we may have many end users. So we may develop an application within an organization and use that application for an organization. That is one scenario. Second scenario is we create a product, we sell it, and employees of our customer organization will become users of those products. These are the two scenarios. So having these scenarios, what kind of product it is, what is the objective of this product which is going to fulfill? So let me assume an HR application which is used for submission of claims from the employees. So what is that requirement? So this application should accept the claims submission from the employees of the organization, and then that needs to be processed and the claims needs to be clear. Now what will happen now? The user community, if you visualize, there is an user as an employee of an organization who submit claims. So there is an user in the finance perspective who is going to deposit the money. Similarly, there is an user who is going to approve. So many such user interfaces, we will see the existence of the roles of users, we will see who would be using these particular applications. So in their perspective, there should be an interface provided, there should be some privileges provided through which they would do their transactions and activities. When we write the user stories, we don't write them in detail. So a user story doesn't go in detail, it just mentions how a certain type of work will bring value to end user. So what is this role specific end user would be doing at that particular role in this particular product? What is the transactions involved? So the end user in this case could mean external end user or even internal customer or colleagues within the organization. So looking at these points, if I look at the same application, HR claim processing application, who are these internal users? The employees of organization. So who are these external? Maybe the people who sold this particular application to our organization. So they have installed it, they manage it. There is an administration role for this particular product. That is a role. Similarly, another set of internal users, maybe someone who is like from finance, from HR. So in each of these roles perspective, this particular product should provide the interface, and then there should be a transaction in their perspective, which is very important. So user story should explain this in very brief so that it helps in terms of visualizing what kind of interface has to be provided and why would this particular role use it. That is very important. So user stories also form the building block of agile frameworks like epics and initiatives. So what is this epics? What is this initiatives? Let us look at it. Now epics refers to the group of user stories where the large amount of work broken down into user stories. So many user stories together forms epics, which will provide certain insight towards how these user stories are connected with each other. So similarly, initiative refers to combination of multiple epics forming that initiatives. So which is very essential to group. So managing perspective, it will become easy, and also looking at the objective, what is that particular group of user stories, group of epics are going to accomplish. So user stories can also help ensuring that team work to goals of the organization through epics and initiatives. It should be looking at that objective exactly. What is the directions we are getting into and how these combination of user stories. So as an employee, I'm submitting my claims. So what is that required in that user's perspective? There should be a story. So I, as a finance person, I'm going to clear these claims. I'm going to pay the money, deposit the money. So that particular role needs certain interfaces, and that visualization requires how this interactions happens. So user story should help in terms of understanding those. So the requirements for making user story a reality are added later after discussing with the team. So we made an user story, we created a user story. It doesn't end there. So there needs to be a discussion which happens further to decide, yes, it is a valid user story. So this will also help in terms of prioritization, which needs to be taken up first. So user stories are recorded on post-it notes or an index card or a project management software. And this would help in terms of prioritization or for tracking as well. So what is the advantages of user stories? So advantages of user story involves it helps in delivering high quality content because what is required to be accomplished in the user perspective, that will be very clear. Eases collaboration with team members because finalization on the user stories and understanding of the user requirements would happen after discussing with the team members. Each one would give their own viewpoints and prioritization of particular user story or keeping a specific user story or not considering that user story would be based on the feedback which team provides. This cannot happen in terms of having team members together and speaking about it. Helps understanding users better. So user roles are discussed, users requirement is discussed, and what is that they're going to accomplish through this user interface, that is also discussed. So user role is understood, user requirement is clearly understood by writing an user story. This will also help in improving transparency because since the collaboration is happening, since the user story is not just taken just like that, the discussion happens and that will have an interaction and collaboration. So definitely improves transparency. So now it reduces risks. So when I say risk, it's obviously uncertainty. So it reduces risk because the clarity one would have about the requirement of users. So accordingly, the features functionality of the product are defined so that they can fulfill those user requirements. Then supports iterative developments. As I mentioned earlier, the collaboration, the transparency, everyone working together, and in the agile perspective, user stories, epics, and initiatives gets into the specific iterations only after this discussion with the team members and after prioritizing it. So the user story will be there in the product backlogs, which will be prioritized based on that particular scenario of requirement in agile scenario. So as when we say agile, it's quite obvious we need to be flexible to the changing scenarios. So since we're working together and when we go for an iterative mode of approach, it is quite obvious we're going for it to get adopting to the changing scenario so that we can select that particular features functionality by pulling that particular epic or user story as a priority in the given list. So that prioritization making will also become easier. Focuses on vocal communications means lot of interactions happens while discussing on user stories. So since people are doing it vocally, so there is some personal touch also established, good collaboration can get established. So user story also provides that visibility because of that people working together in a collaborative manner. Invest in user stories. So what is invest? So investing in user stories. So what does that mean? So it is a concept that helps creating meaningful user stories. So it stands for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, sized appropriately, testable. So when I say independent, so whenever we write the user story, that should be self-contained, if at all possible, to avoid dependencies on other user stories. So it should be independent of one another so that each of them can be developed and delivered separately. So negotiable, so when we say negotiable, user stories can always be changed or rewritten. So at any given point in time, so we should be able to do that modifications required. So that should support the flexibility associated with the agile methodologies. So since requirements often evolve, changes, and these changes comes for various different reasons. So how do we change these user stories or modify this so that it can fit into the requirement, so that adaptation can happen to the changing requirements? So stories should be discussable and should be open for negotiation for any change scenarios. So next, valuable. When I say valuable, it's quite obvious. We're speaking about value, what is being created for the users or consumers. So a user story would represent the goal or an objective an end user who is going to look for. Means value is always in the consumer's perspective. So now I created certain features, functionalities, fine, but did that really create the value to the consumers? So the value realization plays an important role. So stories must ensure there is a value being added to the consumers and customers or users always. Otherwise, user story doesn't make any sense. So estimable. So when we say estimable, one should always be able to estimate the size of the user story. So sometimes developers may not have the experience required to size the particular situations or needed for a user story. Reasons may be anything. It may be not having specific insight towards it or don't know how to estimate. There may be someone specific who needs to understand that scenarios and then come and discuss. Reasons may be anything. So stories, if you cannot estimate, then it will become difficult in terms of handling it better. So it should give some visualization. So it should be estimable and can be divided into tasks. So now small means sized appropriately. So user story should not be very big or should not be too small. And then how do we decide on this size? So now when we say any user story that can be completed by a developer in single iterations, then can we call it as too big? Quite obviously that is again indicative. So user story should be subdivided into two or more small stories into multiple pieces, multiple stories, small stories, so that it can be handled better. So story should not be too big and should be completed within 40 hours or 3 to 4 days. These numbers are indicative. So not necessarily you should be fixing with this number. So just an indicative to show you that what would be the focus. When I say user story, in what is that effort it would take to accomplish that. Now testable. So when we say user story is testable, one has to ensure that development is complete and has been done correctly. So means once you create a user story, so that needs to be articulated in such a way so that it becomes measurable. When I say testable, obviously there should be metrics, a target metrics which can be created, which will help me to state, yes, this particular requirement is accomplished. So they should have an acceptance criteria that can be tested to check if they fulfill the customer's need. So then how to write user story? This is very important point to look at. So how to write the user story? So writing user stories comes up with a specific template with a simple language. So what is it? So now as a role, I want to so you keep filling it. So typically role means what? The specific user role who would be using that particular product and their requirements which are being fulfilled. So that is the role. The name of the role we are going to put it here. So the role refers to an individual that would be interfacing or interacting with the system. Now want to, when we say want to, the want or action which represents the behavior of the systems. So what is that it's supposed to do? This action would be unique to each user stories. Now so that this refers to the benefits or results that non-functional and external to the system. As a result, what would happen? What is that we are trying to accomplish out of it? So let us look at an example. How does it look like? As a CEO, I want to track my subordinates' progress to ensure organization's goals are met. Similarly, if we take the reference to those examples what we discussed earlier, like we took the example of HR portal, so claim processing requirement. Now this can be same user story. As an employee of an organization, what can I write? So as an employee of this organization, I want to submit my claims online so that claim processing will become smoother, easier, faster without any errors. So that can also be a user story. So it gives certain visualization. What kind of users are there and what is that they need. So the moment you write the user stories, you should visualize that role. It is very important. So there is 3 C's of user stories, which we call it as card, then conversation, and then confirmation. So when we say card provides a written description of the user story. So what do I mean by written description of the user story? So same thing, the user story what we just saw as an example. So that can be written on a card. So this will help in planning and estimating. So and that will also gives that visualization of users and their requirement so that can be articulated further and also estimated so that it can looked in the perspective of invest. What is invest? What we discussed. So it is independent, it is negotiable, it is valuable, it is estimable, it is sized appropriately, means should not be too big, too small. The examples what we saw was appropriate. and testable. So now when we see this particular user story, is it fulfilling all those points what we discussed in invest? That is very important. Now this card, whatever the description is provided, should elaborate on that very clearly. So then further what happens? Conversation. After the user story is written in a card and given, and it is shared with every individuals who is participating in that conversation. So then there will be discussion. So conversation represents discussion between users, team, product owners. So this helps in terms of whatever the user story is written, is it making sense? Is it in line with the user's expectation? And at the same time, whatever the understanding we have, maybe as a product owner or the team member, a developer, is my understanding correct? Then user perspective, so whatever the user story is written, is that user story is speaking about the requirement which needs to be fulfilled as they require. So this helps to build a shared understanding between all those individuals so that there is no confusion further. So once people converse together, once the stakeholders converse together, then you will confirmation. So this represents the condition that need to be satisfied to ensure that the story meets all requirements. So you are confirming. So all the stakeholders are agreeing to that. So firstly, to summarize this, 3Cs refers to card, conversation, confirmation. Card provides the user stories which actually represents, as we took an example, so which will capture that, so that it also fulfills the thought of invest. Then conversation is required to understand what is this user story speaking about. Is that a real requirement? So confirmation further in terms of confirmation from users as well as all the stakeholders before you go and develop or execute that. So what is life cycle of user story? So when we say life cycle, so we may require to understand a life cycle starts when you conceptualize, when you visualize, when you say this is what we may require to accomplish. So there should be conceiving, someone should conceive that idea. So it may be related to a problem, it may be related to a specific product for an opportunity what is seen. So whatsoever the reason it is, there is a scenario where something is conceived. Trigger may be a problem, trigger may be some issues what is being faced, trigger may be an opportunity what is seen. So then the initiative, the trigger which actually push towards creation of the requirements and user stories. So the life cycle of user stories starts from there. So how does it go? So it involves right from the point pending to do, then discussion, then developing, confirming, and then finished. So when I say pending, I'm basically saying user stories in their most basic forms, where they are created after communicating with the user and the project team. These acts as the reminder for further discussion. So first level of understanding on user stories in the basic form. So which will help in terms of further discussion and taking a call on that. So will there be a possibility that this user stories will be modified as we progress? Answer is yes and no, both. So it may be modified, but discussion is further which goes on from this basic understanding of that particular user story. So further discussion is to elaborate on that, make sense out of it and confirm. So then after discussion with the stakeholders, users stories that need to be addressed are decided and put into sprints. So in between the point where we said pending to do. So in between this, there is a lot of discussion. So where decision is happening here. So decided and put into sprints means there is a prioritization also which is happening. So now discussion. At this stage, users confirms the requirement and acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria helps in terms of once you test that particular user story after executing, you will check based on these acceptance criteria so that you can conclude the requirement is fulfilled. The end users are shown a preview of upcoming features so that they understand, yes, this is what we were expecting. They can provide their feedbacks, necessary feedbacks or insights, whatever is required to be provided. So then once the discussion is complete, the team would be able to design and implement features to fulfill user requirements. So once user concludes, yes, this is what we were expecting, and there is a sign off during the discussion, then features are developed and implemented so that it can goes to that product which can be used. So then After developing, confirming. So the end user confirms the user story. Features are confirmed to testing environments. Alpha versions and acceptance criteria are looked at before saying yes, it is confirmed. User is accepting. So that will happen as part of confirming. Means that features or functionality, what was written in user story, so that specific users are using it and concluding or acknowledging, yes, this is fulfilling our requirement and this is according to the acceptance criteria what we discussed and agreed. So that is very important. So we write a user story, fine, but users are not agreeing to it. That is not a good scenario to be with. User should accept and confirm, then finished. So the user story is completed at this stage. For new requirements or new features, a new user story must be created. Any new features or new functionality I am required to add to this particular product, then I would write another user story and the same life cycle starts, continues. And this is not an ending thing. So as I keep modifying the features, as I add new features, as I look at improving the performances, so I keep writing the user stories. Now one question keeps coming to me. So we write a user story while fulfilling the requirements. Fine, as a specific user, I want this. Easy to narrate that. So how are we going to look at a scenario where there is an improvement of something? So whenever we are going to discuss about improvement of something, it is quite obvious we need to look at it. What is that improvement user is looking at? Now when I am submitting a particular request or accessing something, it is taking some time. Means there is some delay. Now user experience can be enhanced by reducing that particular time. That is improvement. As a user, the user story, basic user story doesn't change. But in the performance perspective, you may require to visualize that. So problem statement has to come in. Accordingly, user story has to be articulated. Then once the user story is written, it is required to put the user story mapping. So user story mapping represents and arranges user stories that help with understanding the system's functionalities, the system's backlog, planning releases, and providing value to the customers. So typically this involves arranging or organizing user stories based on the priority along the horizontal axis. So I will horizontally when you move, so I will say which one is the priority, which user stories are priority, first thing which I need to focus on. So vertical arrangements represents how in a given specific user story, how the activities perspective, task perspective, sub-task perspective, further down how it gets elaborated to improving the levels, how it goes forward. So now let us look at an user story mapping with an example of, let me say, net banking services provided by a bank for account holders. When I say net banking service, it is quite obvious. It is also has to be provided through having a product which banking application would use. So, but here we need to visualize the user's journey while accessing the net banking portal, viewing the account details, paying bills like utility bills, doing a lot of transactions within that particular portal, net banking access the moment they do, like generating statements or transferring money to one of the beneficiaries, etc. So all these transactions, so what is being done? So in this user story map, let us see how does it look like. So few activities are considered here, like logging into the account, means net banking portal will come in, then one would input their credentials and then they log in. Now that journey of the users in a specific activity, what they do is visualized. Now log into account in the sense, obviously one has to go to that portal. So go to login page, then enter credentials, login ID and password. So once that login ID and password is entered, obviously there is a process engine which runs behind to provide the necessary access. Now, if that credentials are not working, or if I don't remember it, reset password is an option immediately. Now, as I go through further from this subtask, in all the particular columns which I have given here, as you go through this, as I deep dive into it further, it goes on. So until the person gets an access to the account and then start doing the transactions, it goes up to that level. So I can keep writing the subtasks further. So manage account. So you would go to account page once you access it. Then you'll select the specific account, because you may have many different account types which is there with the bank. You may be having one or many. So in the scenario you have more than one, obviously you will select that account and account details will be displayed to you. So this user will not do, but user will get that. So we are visualizing that. And further, after account details are displayed, what user would do, then further you would keep visualizing that. So some of the transaction like generating statement, transferring money, so even for that the steps are written. So going to statement page, then selecting the account for which you need a statement, then selecting the period from when to when the statement one is requiring, and then further clicking on it and downloading that particular statement, or choosing an options mentioning that I need this in an email or I need an hard copy of this. So similarly transferring money, so you will go to that specific page where you need to transfer the money. So you may have the beneficiary there in the list already added if you have added earlier, or newly you're adding a beneficiary. So there are various types of transfers, like so international transfer you will have, local domestic transfer you will have, within a bank, accounts being within a same bank. Bank A to consumers. So from me, if I am a consumer transferring money to another consumer of the same bank, and vice versa. That is one of the options. Second is a bank consumer having and transferring a money to some other bank account of someone else. That is another scenario. Or transferring money for my own account in another bank. So various different scenarios you come across. So then limitation, or depending on what kind of beneficiaries are these, what is the limitations, and how are you going to authenticate them. So the moment I visualize a specific transaction and activities of user stories, what are the things an user can do, then I can keep writing, mapping this to each of those flow and see how the flow happens. So this flow helps me to bring in all those features and functionality and also prioritizing them. So can I say the beneficiary option would be the basic thing which consumer would give? I think initially, if I go back when actually net banking features were provided by the bank, the basic thing was just viewing the account. That was the given. Statement download was given. Otherwise, there was no opportunity to transfer money. There was no opportunity to do something beyond that. So now as we see today, the lot of flexibility has brought in with lot of new features, functionalities in that net banking or mobile banking options. So they evolve. So as they evolve, it is quite obvious we may require to keep adding those features, functionality by writing the user stories. This is how the enhancement happens. So overall, if you look at user story mapping helps in terms of understanding not just the user story of one transaction, associated transaction in the user story, what happens throughout the journey, that would help. So this will also support to understand and visualize what needs to be created to ultimately give that access to the user. So the end-to-end flow should be visualized, and also needs to be prioritization and has to be looked at as well. Now what are the advantages of user story mapping? So the advantages wise helps with prioritizing work, as I explained in the example. Similarly, the focus is on user value. The moment I click on web page www.abcbank.com, now the bank page will come. I will have an interface of login. I will go and click on login. Now from the point I open a browser and input that URL and then click on login, and login page comes in. How long it takes? So there are many things which is involved. The browser things are involved. The system from which the person is accessing is involved. So removing that part. So thinking that both of them are working well, and what should be the response from the server where this particular website is hosted. That experience needs to be looked at. So that's how you look at user value in that transaction. Now once I put a credentials, now how quickly the authentication happens. What are the checks the bank portal does to ensure that the person who is logging in is a genuine user. Is it just a password? Is there any CAPTCHA codes? Is there any OTP sent, or is there any secret code the person has to put in? So likewise, many things are involved while giving that experience to the user. So and today's user, if you just put in various different checks points, they understand because they are well educated. So why all those things like CAPTCHA or OTP scenarios came in? So these are came in because more and more informed the people has become, then their ability to hack also improved. So more and more levels added to ensure that only that genuine user will enter the user account. Similarly, when you visualize any product and user journey in the user's interest, what are the things which is going to create value that needs to be understood. So only that experience will help for the user to realize the benefit. Then roadblocks are highlighted. So as we visualize this journey, so this will tell me, so what would stop me to move forward? Is there any concerns? Is there any constraints? Like for example, if you want to activate a beneficiary, but for some limited period, you can only send the limited amount of money. Why is that done? By chance, if the beneficiary is added by that individual who is not a genuine user, so we are actually holding it, right? So by the time that freezing time, whatever is given, so by the time the message goes to the actual consumer, telling that there is a user activated like this, and if at all, if it is not a genuine user, obviously the person can call to the bank saying that this is not the beneficiary which I have added, there's something which is not correct. So they are giving that space. So how did they visualize this has to be done? So as we looked at the journey of adding a beneficiary, it's quite obvious. When beneficiary is added, if by chance someone who is not authorized adds it, so who is going to disbenefit? Obviously user will be disbenefited. So that blocks, that constraints are visualized. Similarly, in making or creating that features functionality, what should be the basic features or in the product should be ready. Only then I can add this feature. Even that will be visible, right? So roadblocks will be highlighted and that those will be made visible so that easy for you to move forward, prioritizing and ensuring that it goes in the flow required to accomplish that value. So then ensuring team unity, because everyone will have a visualization, user stories and mapping reads a lot of discussion, brings the people to have a common understanding. So obviously that unity, the collaboration would come in. Focus on constant improvement. So improvement is the key. Whatever you do, you have just adopted a waterfall methodology, you have just adopted an agile, you write user stories, you raise epics, you bring in that various different methods to do something. Whatever you do, whether it is a product or a service or a process or a specific transactions, tasks, reports, whatever we make. So all that should help in terms of identifying the opportunities for improvement and making that improvements. That is very important.
There are three distinct roles in Scrum: the Scrum Master, the Product Owner, and the Development Team. The Scrum Master assists both the development team and the product owner. The Scrum Master works with the product owner to maximize return on investment. The Scrum Master empowers the development team by fostering creativity, removing impediments, and coaching and mentoring as appropriate. The product owner is responsible for project success by defining the project vision, requirements, and priorities. The product owner has to resist the temptation to manage the team or add more important work after a sprint has begun. The product owner has to be willing to make the hard choices during sprint planning. The development team is comprised of 5 to 9 members with a mix of roles and has the autonomy to self-organize and choose how best to meet the goals of the product owner and is responsible for the same. A Scrum Master is a skilled servant leader. A Scrum Master has very little formal authority. However, he or she is expected to assist the team achieve the intended outcomes without interfering with the team's autonomy. The Scrum Master facilitates the Scrum ceremonies such as sprint planning, daily stand-up, sprint review, and sprint retrospective. The Scrum Master removes obstacles or impediments faced by the team. The Scrum Master is also a process coach and mentor. The Scrum Master must not be a line manager of the team. The Scrum Master is not to be a taskmaster either. The Scrum Master is not a technical or design authority, nor is he or she a decision maker for the team. Throughout the course of the project, the Scrum Master must not do anything to rob the team of its empowerment and ability to self-organize. Let's talk about the attributes of a Scrum Master. Scrum Masters need to exhibit responsibility. Even though they are not solely accountable for the team's output, they will consider it their responsibility to remove anything that impacts the team's productivity. They will try to enable the team to do the best that it can. They are humble. They will work in the background and let the team take all the glory. They will use we statements and seldom use any I statements. They are able to set aside their ego and shower all their attention on the team. They are by nature collaborative. They will encourage the team to have conversations among each other and with other stakeholders outside the team. They will nudge all the right people into getting involved and work together in trying to solve problems. They are committed to the team cause. Even if being a Scrum Master is a part-time task for them, they will give the highest priority to the team's needs. Hence, the Scrum Master's work allocation, especially if they are part-time, needs to take this into consideration. They are able to influence. They are naturally good communicators and able to convince others to adopt different approaches. They apply various techniques to mobilize organizational resources when required, walk the political tightrope when required, and in general do whatever it takes to get the team the assistance it needs. They are knowledgeable. It is clear that as process coaches for the team, Scrum Masters need to be experts in the method. They may not be the technical or domain experts. However, they are knowledgeable enough to be able to have productive conversations about the project being done by the team. Tasks for the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is a crucial role, and it is important for you to be able to be clear about exactly how the Scrum Master serves the team. Scrum Masters are servant leaders. This means that they put the team before themselves and assist the team. For example, they set up and ensure that the Scrum ceremonies are effectively carried out. They ensure that there is smooth flow of information within and outside the team, and that there is a spirit of collaboration in decision-making and problem-solving. Scrum Masters must make it their mission to resolve issues that hinder team progress. It doesn't matter what the nature of the issue is. A Scrum Master needs to mobilize the right resources within the organization to resolve those issues in a timely manner and escalate promptly if that does not happen. We need to understand that in the short duration of a sprint, even a few hours of being stuck can make the difference between a successful and unsuccessful sprint. Scrum Masters protect the team. They ensure that the team is not disturbed or asked to deviate from their commitments. If pressure mounts due to unreasonable expectations, they will step in and push back on the team's behalf. They will also play the role of peacemaker when conflict arises by encouraging the parties to focus on the issue, discuss the issue with an open mind, and resolve the conflict. Finally, Scrum Masters are the process coaches of the team. They use their understanding of Agile methods, and Scrum in particular, to guide the team through the do's and don'ts of Scrum. They ensure that the team stays true to the principles of Agile development. Scrum Master roles, Scrum teams. Before we discuss the role of a developer on a Scrum team, let's talk about the desirable characteristics of Scrum teams. They should be small and nimble. Team size should be no less than 3 and no more than 9. So that would be 6 plus or minus 3. Exceptions are possible, but uncommon. The small attribute makes the team nimble and improves productivity. It avoids the phenomenon Mike Cohn calls social loafing, and instead produces focus on work. The team size should be just large enough that the team members are able to produce and showcase a significant increment of work at the end of each sprint. Sprint after sprint. Self-sufficient and cross-functional. For example, if a team needs user interface development skills, database expertise, and service expertise, all of those skills must be present on the team. Ideally, team members are generalizing specialists. Team members should not only be an expert or a specialist at one aspect of the development effort, but should also have enough skills and knowledge to fill in other roles as necessary. For example, if you are a UI developer, you should be able to don the hat of a services developer if needed. If a large team is to be split up into smaller Scrum teams, Scrum favors feature teams over component teams. Autonomous and self-organizing. Teams choose for themselves how they are going to organize and meet the goals of the product owner. No one gets to dictate to the team how to get their work done. The team decides, in collaboration with the product owner, the project direction, and the pros and cons of different approaches. Let's talk about some key decision points or factors to consider when assembling Scrum teams. Feature teams over component teams. The first issue is whether it's best to align team members based on features or components. Scrum favors feature teams over component teams. For example, it's best to avoid putting all of the UI developers together and all of the API or services developers together. Why? Because each feature or user story will require both the UI and services or API. Organizing based on components will reduce the incentive to collaborate. The only reason component teams may be justified would be if the components are likely to be used by multiple other teams. Assemble the right people. It's important to get the right mix of people together for the team, the right level of technical and domain expertise. Teams will naturally have both senior and junior level developers. This works perfectly as there will be stuff that is more appropriate for the junior developers and stuff that is not. Also, one of the risks of a small team is that the team may miss out on broader perspective and dissenting views. One way to work around this is to deliberately favor diversity in all aspects: gender, ethnicity, personality traits, etc. It may take some time for the team to advance through the storming stage of team development and develop the trust necessary to work effectively together, but it can be done. Once a team has been formed, it's best to preserve and assign whole teams rather than individuals to projects. It's best to avoid assigning team members to multiple projects at the same time. Distributed team. A distributed team may be unavoidable. Those based at the same geographical location should be co-located in the same team room. And technology, processes, and ground rules should be put in place to overcome the disadvantages of all team members not being co-located. Plotting team size and productivity will likely result in an S-curve. You can see here that a team can actually be too small or too large. Remember, the sweet spot is 6 ± 3.
First, you need to have a strong understanding of Scrum and Agile concepts. As a Scrum Master, you need to ensure that your team follows the principles of Agile and Scrum. You need to have a clear understanding of different teams and phases within Scrum to ensure you can understand and teach the usage of framework to the organization properly. In short, having a detailed understanding of the systems and terminologies is mandatory. A Scrum certification can also greatly help with this. More on that in a little bit. You need fine-tuned organizational skills. You need to be able to structure the team and plan out their actions to ensure everything stays organized. And to make sure everything stays on track, you need the ability to plan things out. You should be able to ensure that the team stays on schedule and all the tasks are completed successfully. You could also use online project management systems like Monday.com, Nutcase, and SAM 9000 to keep things organized. You need to be familiar with the technology the team uses. You need to ensure that the team is able to complete their project in a timely manner. This can be done if you have an understanding of different technical terms and processes that the team is involved with. Hence, some technical familiarity and training is really important. You also need to have the ability to coach and teach the team to follow Scrum properly. For teams that are new to the Scrum methodology, your ability to teach them the different concepts, terms, and principles play a very important role in the future success of the team. You need to be able to tell the team not only what it needs to be done, but also how and why. You also need to be able to encourage the team members to work together and improve themselves. You may also need to work with individual team members to maximize their potential. You need to have the ability to handle conflicts and resolve them quickly. Considering how teams are filled with people with different personalities, ideas, and working styles, it is only likely that they may clash with each other every now and then. If disagreement cannot be handled among themselves, you need to be able to figure things out. If left unsolved, this could inhibit the entire team's progress. So you must be able to negotiate and resolve the conflict in a way that satisfies everyone. And finally, you must be a servant leader. A servant leader puts the needs of the team before their own and helps each member to perform the best of their capabilities. You need to be both a leader and the team member. You need to be the part of your team while making sure they can successfully fulfill their requirements. Now, let's talk about certifications. To become a Scrum Master, and a certified one at that, one of the most important things you can do is to get through the Certified Scrum Master test. This test tests your understanding of different principles and processes that are the part of Scrum process. Moreover, to take this test, you need to have completed an in-person or an online course taught by a certified Scrum trainer or certified Agile coach. You'll also need to have at least 14 hours of face-to-face interaction with the aforementioned trainer or a coach.
Welcome to Scrum Interview Questions tutorial from Simplilearn. I am CMR, Chandra MR, a certified professional in ITL V3 Expert, ITL for Managing Professional, PMP, Prince2 Practitioner, Prince2 Agile Practitioner, Agile Scrum Master, DevOps and COVID 5. So as part of this tutorial, we are going to understand the typical interview questions which would come across when someone faces the interview for any of the roles in the Scrum. So question number 1, what is Scrum? So Scrum is a framework that enables teams to work together. So with Scrum, teams can learn from experiences, self-organize, working on problems, to reflect on their victories and their losses to improve. So this is a simple framework which will provide a better ability and methodology. One can able to handle it better. So Scrum is very well defined, articulated, and this provides a better insights, and capabilities building exercise is very easier and roles are well defined. So define the roles in Scrum. So what are the typical roles we come across in Scrum? So one of the roles we come across is product owner. So product owner is primarily responsible for maximizing the ROI by determining the product features, prioritizing it into a list, what needs to be focused on for the next sprint, and constantly reprioritizing and refining it. So what happens is, whenever we may require to deliver, it is very important for us to have the requirements clear. What requirements needs to be fulfilled? To fulfill that requirements, the products what is produced should have specific features and functionalities. So product owner will have the list of features and functionalities which needs to be created when product comes out as a result of a project. So product owner owns this, primarily responsible to ensure these list of features are identified and those are prioritized as required. So next role we can think of is Scrum Master, who helps teams learn and apply Scrum to obtain business value. So Scrum Master helps removing impediments. Impediment is anything which can stop things to flow smoothly. So protects them from interface and helps the team to adopt agile practices. Now Scrum is one of the methodologies for agile approaches and practices. Now remember, the term agile itself is not a practice. It refers to indicate that move faster, become flexible, respond to change, be flexible. Now Scrum methodology, especially Scrum Master, should understand this dynamics and ensure the team understands this, and Scrum Master should guide the team to adopt these methodologies and ensure the results are accomplished accordingly. So next role is Scrum team. So Scrum team is a group of individuals who work together to deliver the requirements of the stakeholders. So Scrum team is generally of the size like 5 plus or minus 2 who are self-organizing. So various different capabilities the Scrum team members would have. So each of their capabilities complement to accomplish the results required. So question number 3. What are the responsibilities of the Scrum team? So Scrum team is self-organizing, as I mentioned earlier. So it is a self-organizing team that has 5 to 7 members, and the responsibilities would include the development and delivery of working products during each sprint. Now we are seeing the new terminology sprint. So what is the meaning of this sprint? Now sprint refers to an iteration, a time-boxed iteration which will have a specific deliverables to be accomplished as part of it. So self-organizing team takes that specific working piece, what needs to be delivered. So that is a sprint backlog, we call it as. So from the product backlog, the features, functionalities which needs to be delivered as part of this specific iteration called sprint, time boxed iteration, and those sprint backlog items are delivered. The output of that sprint would be the features, what is being taken as a working piece, working product. So to demonstrate ownership and transparency for work assigned to them. So they own it, the entire thing assigned to them, there should be ownership. So ensuring the success of daily Scrum meeting by providing crisp and correct information. So Scrum has one event, there are 5 events basically. So one of the events which happens daily is daily Scrum meeting, where the team comes up with Scrum Master. So they would speak about what is that they have accomplished from the previous stand-up to till now. Is there anything which is stopping them to move forward? So giving the crisp updates, specific summary updates, so that Scrum Master understands the status. So any specific changes or any specific support which are required, Scrum Master would discuss separately with those individuals and get it done. So it should be minimum 15 minutes meeting when we say daily stand-up meeting. So Scrum team collaborate with each of the team members, they work together and they self-organize. So next question, the differentiate between Agile and Scrum. Now it is very essential to understand the terminology's differences. So if we just end up with looking at wrong understanding of each of the terminologies, then explaining will become difficult. So what does it mean by Agile and what it is when it comes to the terminology called Scrum? The term Agile refers to ability to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. This is what the meaning which gets associated with the term Agile. So many times I have seen people answering Agile is a methodology, Agile is a iterative and increment methodology. And also I think when you search through the popular search engines, you may come across that, which is wrong. So Agile is the terminology which is used to state to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. This we should keep in mind. So if our question may be like, what are Agile methodologies? Then you can come across like one of the Agile methodologies is Scrum, and you can go on various different methodologies what we have. So Scrum is an Agile methodology, right? The term Scrum is the name given to the Agile methodology which enables organization to become Agile, right? So to become Agile, obviously there are various methodologies. Scrum is very popular. So that is the main difference. So further, if you look at Agile Manifesto and 12 principles which acts as guidelines to become Agile. So there is something called Agile Manifesto, 4 points, clearly articulates what needs to be focused on to become Agile, and that is supported through the 12 principles which guides. So Scrum is used in projects where requirements are constantly changing, means I want to become Agile, so I adopt Scrum. So this definitely has to align to Agile Manifesto and take the guidelines, whatever is mentioned in 12 principles of Agile Manifesto. Then looking at leadership perspective, roles perspective. So Manifesto mentions the required collaboration interactions to become Agile. Whereas Scrum defines the roles like the Scrum Master, the product owner, the self-organizing teams, which is cross-functional self-organizing team. So these are the main three roles which Scrum defines. Now generally when we say projects, we come across the role like project manager. So do we see such project managers in Scrum? Answer is no, because the Scrum Master who engages with the team regularly, more than management, they focus on doing facilitating role to the Scrum teams so that things can be delivered the way it is required and more flexibility is given to the team to take the calls to accomplish the results. So Scrum Master facilitates, whereas the product owner, as I mentioned earlier, looks at the product backlog and prioritizes and provides what are the features, functionalities needs to be created in the next iterations. So speaking about flexibility, definitely Agile Manifesto mentions the required focus on working software and focusing on changes. So that's the focus, the direction, what it provides. So Scrum approaches enables teams to react to changes quickly. The Scrum methodology is made such a way that team understanding that can able to react, and those changes and modifications are made visible to the team. So delivery perspective, Manifesto provides necessary guidelines on frequent delivery of product or software. So Scrum with time boxed iterations called sprints builds, delivers to the users regularly and upheld agile principles. That is very important. So delivery here is as per the user's requirement, as per the customer requirements, because customer, when we want to become agile, customer has to involve very closely, stakeholder has to collaborate. Without that, you cannot become agile. So next point is about collaboration. Agile Manifesto stresses on individual interactions and customer collaborations. So based on this, if you look at in the Scrum, how are they demonstrating this? So there are various events which happens in Scrum. So as I mentioned earlier, we have daily stand-up meetings and other Scrum events like sprint retrospective, sprint reviews, daily stand-up meetings, which happens like sprint planning, which happens regularly. So it becomes a reason for collaboration and everyone to discuss and take the call. So question number 5, what are the main artifacts of the Scrum process? Now product backlog, so which consists of list of new features, changes, which are organization is looking for to bring into the existing features, changes to the existing features, bug fixes, changes to the infrastructure and several other activities to ensure a particular outcome. So product backlog. So then we can speak about sprint backlog, a subset of product backlog. So the sprint backlog contains tasks that the team aims to complete to satisfy the sprint's goals. So set of product backlog things are taken, put into sprint backlog, and those are the features which are supposed to be produced as a result as part of that particular sprint. The team first identifies tasks from the product backlog that need to be delivered to achieve a goal. So these tasks are then added to the sprint backlog. So the team first identifies tasks from product backlog as per the priorities, the list which is prioritized in the product backlog, that is taken, put into sprint backlog, and then those are delivered. So next you can think about product increment. The product increment is the combination of all product backlog tasks completed in the sprint and the value of the increments of previous sprints. The outcome should be in the usable condition even if the product owner doesn't decide to release it. It is very important, each of the increments which comes out so needs to fulfill this. Now question number 6, how are the product and sprint backlog different from one another? Product backlog versus sprint backlog. Let us see a few differences. So product backlog is the list of items that needs to be completed for developing the product, which is the list of all the features functionality, consolidated one. Whereas sprint backlog is the list of items to be completed during each sprint, which are taken from product backlog. The backlog, when it comes to product backlog, the backlog is collected from the customer by product owner and assigned to the team. Whereas in sprint backlog, the teams collects the backlog from the product owner and sets up the time frame for the sprint. So product backlog is specific to end goal, ultimate objective, whereas sprint backlog is specific to that sprint, specific iteration called sprint in Scrum. What is that we're going to produce as part of it? Product backlog is based on customer vision, whereas sprint backlog will vary based on the product vision defined by product owner. So prioritized list you take from there, product backlog. So product backlog is independent of sprint backlog, whereas sprint backlog is dependent on product backlog. Reason we know already, I explained. So this is the prioritized list of backlogs we take from product backlog and create this specific product as part of sprint, which become sprint backlog. So product backlog refers to until the project is complete, the product owner maintains the product backlog. Whereas sprint backlog, when it comes to sprint backlog, each new sprints as backlogs added by the team as each sprints are initiated. So next question, who is the Scrum Master and what does he or she do? So a Scrum Master promotes and supports the adoption of Scrum in the team. Scrum Master helps everyone to understand the theory, practices, rules and values in the Scrum. So Scrum Master is playing the role of facilitation, enablement, right? So Scrum Master ensures the team follows Scrum values, principles and practices, removes blockages that may hamper the progress of the project, protects the team from being distracted, ensuring the team delivers value during every sprint. So next question, what happens in daily stand-up sessions? So daily stand-up sessions are the discussion which are done daily that takes place and are usually 15 minutes in duration. The objective is to understand what went well, what tasks are completed from the last stand-up session, what tasks are pending, and the obstacles the team was facing. If at all any specific task is not accomplished for certain reasons, so what are stopping the team to accomplish that? That needs to be made visible. So that separate meeting can be held to discuss on that and do the necessary corrections by taking proper actions. So the objective of this daily stand-up meeting is to understand the overall scope and status of the project. Further, individual discussion can be taken up after the daily stand-up sessions. As I mentioned earlier, if you find something is not accomplished as per the plan, now how do we ensure that is corrected? And why is it happening? Is there any support is required by the team to focus on that? So something like that can be checked on. Question number 9, what is Scrum Ban? So Scrum Ban is a development methodology that is a combination of Scrum and Kanban. So this can be used to meet the needs of the team that aims to minimize the batching of work and to adopt a pull-based system. So Kanban is called as pull-based system. So which actually helps in terms of visualizing what work is in progress. And since it is a visualized system, it is visible to everyone. So it works in terms of making people become conscious to take that work and get it closed quickly. So it's also called pull system because work is pulled from that particular list. So when this Kanban approach or methodology or thought is applied in Scrum, we call it as Scrum Ban. So combination of this definitely helps in terms of making that entire journey successful and supports the Scrum methodology. So Scrum Ban includes the structure of Scrum along with the flexibility and visualization of Kanban. So Scrum Ban is used by the teams that need to be structure of Scrum, that has the structure of Scrum and the flexibility of a flow-based method like Kanban. So question number 10, what is Sprint Zero and Spike? So the term Sprint Zero refers to the short amount of effort put for creation of vision, a rough skeleton of the product backlog. So now we do this whenever we need to understand certain things, how things looks like, to get certain insights. So this also includes insight towards estimating the release of products. So you get some vision, it gets some clarity, right? So this Sprint Zero are required to create project skeleton alongside research spikes, keeping minimal design, develop a small number of stories completely, have low velocity and be lightweight. So speaking about this spike, so spike is set of activities used in extreme programming I think this was introduced there in extreme programming, that is one of the agile methodologies. So involving research, design, investigation, making proof of concepts, etc. So the objective of Spike is to reduce the risk of technical approach by gaining knowledge, which helps understanding requirements and to improve reliability. So more aware we are, more clarity we have, I think putting step further will become easier. So informed decisions you can take. So next question, what is Scrum of Scrums? Now Scrum of Scrums is a terminology used for scaled agile techniques, which is required to control and collaborate with multiple Scrum teams. So when will we come across the need for collaborating between multiple Scrum teams? So these are the scenarios where organization has a complex structure, complex in nature, where you may require to handle them together, all of them together for accomplishing the common objective for business. Various Scrum teams you would have. So Scrum of Scrum helps in terms of better collaboration and handle them easily or better way, better control. It is best used in the situations where teams are working together on complex assignments. Just visualizing the system, various different deliverables which are not a simple deliverables which we can do with a simple Scrum team. Instead, we have various different deliverables which needs to be made, and dynamics are too complex. So bigger projects, then Scrum of Scrum approaches can be taken. So scaling the agile methodology to that level. So it is used to establish the required transparency, collaboration, adaptation to the required scale to ensure the products can be developed and delivered. So whatever the products are delivered, whatever we consider to be delivered, so those needs to focus on the business objectives, which is very essential. So what is user story mapping? So user story mapping represents and arranges user stories that help with understanding the system's functionalities, the system's backlog, planning releases, and providing value to the customers. So first of all, we write user stories to understand the required features functionality in the user perspective. Now if we map those user stories, which user story link to other user story, which functionality links to other functionality, determining that will become easier. So now user story maps arranges user story based on the priority along the horizontal axis. On the vertical axis, they are represented based on increasing level of sophistications. So this will help in terms of handling in a regular flow, in a specific flow, not regular flow, specific flow, so that things can be done in order with full clarity. So question number 13, what happens in sprint retrospective? So after the sprint review, so sprint completes, so sprint review happens, the sprint retrospective is done. So during this meeting, the lessons learned, what went well, what mistakes we did, what were the issues, so is there any new way of doing things? So all these are discussed so that these necessary corrections can be considered in the upcoming iterations, the sprints. So data from year is incorporated when planning the new sprint. So the learning what you had, you are going to collect it, what went well, what went wrong, what was supposed to be the best approach and how did we approach it? Is there any other way of doing it? So these are discussed and very essential to do it at the end of completion of each of the sprints review. Question number 14, what is empirical process control in Scrum? So empiricism refers to work based on facts, experiences, evidences, observations and experimentation. So empirical process control is established and followed in Scrum, ensuring project progress and project interpretation is based on facts of observation. So actual facts and figure is very important. Any decisions what we make, any progression what we make should be always based on ground facts and actual pictures. We should not deviate from it. So these rely on transparency, observation and adaptation. Obviously when you are working on the data on ground reality, so you are working on the actual one. It is transparent. It is on the observed data. The mindset of the team and the shift required in the thought process and culture are very essential to accomplish the agility required by organization. So mindset of the team is very essential. And adoption of process, compliance to the process, the culture, the behavior obviously plays a very important role when you do something within the organization. So that needs to be done as per the need, which should complement to the business objectives. Very important. And that should be based on facts, not on some thoughts or assumptions or ideas. So next question is, what are some drawbacks of using Scrum? So Scrum requires individuals who have experience, without whom the project risks will have a risk of failure. So one does not have a capability, difficult. Scrum requires team to be collaborative and committed. So people collaborating, individuals collaborating itself is a big challenge in many organizations. So bringing this into the place is very important when you want to adopt Scrum. So Scrum requires teams to be collaborative and committed to ensure the required results. They should work together, and also they should collaborate with customers, stakeholders. The less experienced Scrum Master can cause the failure of the project. So be careful. Scrum Master is the one who is facilitator. We should understand this. Who enable the Scrum teams, who ensure Scrum teams goes the way we need them to work. If Scrum Master doesn't understand this dynamics, does not have the clarity on this, obviously he or she cannot enable to team to become that. If tasks are not well defined, the project can have any inaccuracies. Scrum works better for smaller projects and would be difficult to scale to large complex projects. That's where we were discussing on a few questions before this. Scrum of Scrum we were discussing about when it becomes a complex project, which those needs to be handled together, which will become complex. So next question is, what are the skills of a Scrum Master? So a strong understanding of Scrum and Agile concept. Scrum Master should have fine-tuned organizational skills. So when Scrum Master is working with a self-organizing team with various different capabilities, so unless the organization skills, interpersonal skills, if Scrum Master does not have, working with them will become difficult. So Scrum Master should be familiar with technology that the team uses. Basic understanding of that, how it works, the dynamics associated with that. And Scrum Master should have an ability to coach and teach the team to follow Scrum and its methodologies, and very clear about the terminologies, artifacts, and all the events what happens. So Scrum Master should have an ability to handle conflicts and resolve them quickly. So conflict is a scenario which would happen for various different reasons. However, when conflict occurs, the Scrum Master should not shy away from it. Own it to resolve in the interest of the project, whatever is being done. It is very important. Scrum Master has to be a servant leader. So it is not like I'm a specific manager or leader of certain kind and I'm doing this with certain way. No, I'm actually facilitating, I'm guiding, I'm showing certain direction to the organization so to the team. When I say organization, I'm speaking about Scrum team, so that they are enabled to take up the specific project and accomplish the results accordingly. Question number 17. How can discord be dealt within the Scrum team? Now the root cause of the issue need to be identified and addressed. Complete ownership needs to be established when you deal with this, and try to diffuse the disagreements. So emphasizing on the focus area that complements the project. So here when we take up any of the discussions, any of the opportunities or any actions what we take, everything should be revolving around ultimate objective of whatever we are doing. So when we need to resolve something, when we get into the root causes, always it helps to look at the actions in terms of eliminating those causes. So once the causes are eliminated, it is quite obvious you can able to deal with it and address it with easily with the right set of actions. So emphasize on focus areas that complements the project, in the sense that should be the ultimate direction, not my individual interest, not that individual interest. I favor this person, I favor that person. That should not be the case. So favoring this solution or favoring that solution, I'm okay with this particular technology, I'm very happy with this technology, not such thoughts. It is the direction what is set, I should move things in that direction. So to establish a common understanding and to guide the team to that direction. Performing continuous monitoring and providing complete visibility. Very, very important. So next question, what is a user story? So user stories are an agile software development project management tools. It provides the team with simple natural language explanations of one or more features written from the end user's perspective. Now, for example, I am a account holder in a bank. So first, what is the facility a bank would give to account holders? There is ATM banking, there is net banking, there is mobile banking, and there is over the counter. Now, when bank is working on creating certain specific features or specific mobile app to the account holders, now what are the things user needs? That needs to be visualized. Now, if I say the role here is account holder, as an account holder, I want to download the statements of every month. As an account holder, I want to download the statements every month. This is what my requirement is. How will you facilitate this? This will provide the insight towards how the bank, what are the features and functionalities, and how these requirements can be fulfilled by the bank, and what features functionality the particular mobile app should have so that account holder can download the statements. So user stories will provide that insights, what every users. So account holder is not just an user here. There are many users when it comes to mobile app of a bank. We have people who monitor it, manage it, who develop it. So they need to have a clarity on what exactly they need, and that needs to be written as part of user story, that what features, functionality can be easily determined out of it. So a user story does not go into detail. It just mentions, as I gave an example, it just mentions how a certain type of work will bring value to the end user. The end user in this case could be external end users or even internal customers or colleagues within the organization. So if I'm an organization, I produce an HR application, I create an HR application for claim processing, which I don't have till today. So that is for internal users. In the bank example, I'm speaking about external customers. So user stories also form the building blocks of agile framework like epics and initiatives. These help ensure that the team work to the goals of the organization through epics and initiatives. So further, the requirements for making the user stories a reality are added later after discussing with the team. So to write a user story, the involvement of the team members are very essential. They should discuss and come out and agree, yes, this is the features functionality which should be there. User stories are recorded on post-it notes, index cards, or project management software, whatever is feasible and whatever is available there. Next question, how are the user stories, epics, and tasks different? So user stories provides the team with simple explanation of business requirements created from the end user perspective, as we saw the few examples in the previous questions. Epics are the collection of related user stories. They're usually large and complex. So these epics are created with specific objectives in mind, and user stories are grouped. So that will form an epic. Whereas task refers to the one which are used to track work. So they are used to further broken down from the user stories. So there is the smallest unit in the Scrum used to track work. A person or a team or two people usually work on the tasks. So these tasks or through this task, I think the features functionality, what are required to be accomplished are done. So question number 20, what is sprint? Now, as I mentioned earlier in the question number 4, so sprint is the terminology used in the Scrum. I think we explained various different concepts as we went through. So sprint is the terminology used in Scrum, which refers to time boxed iterations. So we understood what is this iterations in Scrum approaches when we are going through that. The creation of specific module or feature which is part of a product is done during the sprint. The duration of sprint varies between a week or two. So means it's a short duration. Simple few features functionalities are taken and created. So what is velocity? So velocity is the metric used in Scrum that is a measurement of the amount of work that is completed by team during the sprint. So this is help to measure how things are moving, how faster they are moving. It refers to the number of user stories completed in single sprint. So this speaks about that speed. So or velocity, how faster we are going, how slower we are going. This helps to vary the variations we can do in that velocity depending on what business need. So what are the responsibilities of a product owner? So product owner define the vision of the project. They anticipate the needs of the customer and to create appropriate user stories. So they don't write user stories as such. They definitely have a set of people who should get involved, the team, to write the user stories. A lot of discussion has to happen, brainstorming has to happen to write user stories. But product owner is accountable. So product owner has to evaluate the progress of the project based on this backlog what project or product owner has, and has to be licensed for all product related questions. The team may have certain questions, the sprints, as the sprint progresses. The Scrum team may have certain questions, clarification relating to the user stories. Those needs to be clarified. What is burn up and burn down charts? So generally when we say chart, it is a graphical representation. So burn up chart is a tool that is used to track the amount of work that has been completed. So it is a bar chart. The amount of work completed, the height of the bars keeps increasing in burn up chart based on what is completed, which will show the total amount of work the need to be done for a sprint or a project. So it is a bar chart where each of the bars keeps increasing in its height as number of things get delivered increases. So burn down charts typically, again a graphical representation, a bar chart. So what is pending to be delivered? It shows that. Now initially you will have a bigger bar, and as the project progresses the height of the bars reduces, indicating what is that is pending for deliverables. It is a representation of how fast the team is working through the user stories. It helps you to understand that. So it shows total effort against the amount of work for each iterations, which is helpful for you to see to that what is pending to complete. Question 24. How is estimation in the Scrum project done? So the estimation of user stories is done based on its difficulty, a particular scale in which is used to assess the difficulty of user stories. So you have to analyze how difficult or easy is that. Some of the scales which are used like numeric sizing 1 to 10, t-shirt sizing like S, ML, XL, Fibonacci series or dog breeds based on their value. So many such approaches are taken. What are some risks in Scrum and how are they handled? So first of all, we should know what is risk. So some types of risk in Scrum are related to budget, people, sprint, product, knowledge and capability. Now when we say budget, risk of increase exceeding that allocated budget, taking more, looking for more variations. I estimated for X, it is going like X plus delta X. So can we control it? We need to look at that. So you need to assess that risk. In what possibilities the cost can escalate. People related like team members need to be of appropriate skills and capabilities. If they lack that, obviously difficult. It's not about just skills and capabilities, the culture, the behavior, the attitude, the energy, the synergy, that collaboration, what people will have. Then sprint related in terms of duration and deliverables, exceeding the duration, addition of scope to that sprint in between. So that challenges, that difficulties. So product referring to user stories and epics, having ill-defined user stories and epics, not properly articulated. There is no proper visualization when you look at that user story, not understanding. So nobody is explaining it correctly. So then knowledge and capabilities. So it is not just related to the people here, it's an entire system. Everyone who is involved with a specific resource with its capability. It can be technology capabilities also. So when I say risk, it basically involves identification, assessment, analysis and defining risk response plans and implementing them. Now, when I say assess, assessing the risks should be qualitative as well as quantitative. So depending on the impact and probability of a risk. If it is a high impact risk, obviously we are required to do both qualitative and quantitative. If a simple one with a very less impact, you can take the call accordingly to what extent you may require to analyze and have the response plans for it. So once you have implemented and defined and implemented the response plans, quite obvious you should keep monitoring it and manage the risks. Now risk impacts and probabilities may vary as the project progresses. So we may require to keep assessing the identified risk and keep identifying the new risks as we progress in the project. So these are done on a continual basis right from starting of the project till completion. The reason I told, it is essential to understand that the impact of the risk is based on the proximity of actual occurrence of the risk. Now, for example, if you start working on something, nothing is delivered at the moment. Now, if specific risk of people not available or customer is not involved, initial stage, very initial stage. So risk impact is accordingly. Project would delay in entirety, or requirements not very clear, it is delaying. Something of that sort of impact you will have. Now, as the project progresses, almost like 50% of the project complete. Now there is some challenges or risk associated with issues are occurring related to customers involvement. Now you are mid of project, so again you will have a different kind of impact. 50% is delivered. Now you need to progress, because active involvement of stakeholders including customer is very important when you are becoming agile. So when that is not happening, as an example I'm taking the involvement of customers, the collaboration part of it, if that is not happening, now here the impact level is not equal to the impact level when this happens in the starting of the project. Same type of risk what we are assessing. So that is the reason each of the risks you should keep assessing. The identified one, keep assessing as the project progresses, and check on is there any new risk is introduced as the project is progressing. So next question, what are some popular tools used in Scrum? So these are the list. So you can think of GitHub, Zoho, Trello, Jira Software, Yodix, Varies version 1. So now what I am saying is, these are the tools, technology tools. So when we say tools, we cannot just limit our thought to technology tools. So what exactly this tool does? What are the techniques used? That we need to be very clear. Right? The metrics, what is measured, and methodology of measuring it, and what processes are used, what steps are used. So what needs to be used? So unless we are clear relating to specific type of project, usage of these tools may not make any sense. You cannot even implement or customize this for the requirement what you are trying to accomplish. So you be clear about it when you are selecting the tool. So 27, how does Scrum Master track sprint progress? So we have various different events which happens in Scrum, like daily Scrum meetings, Scrum retrospective, Scrum planning, Scrum review, and checking on the defects which are escaped, density of the defects, burn down, sprint burn down, velocity. So checking all of this provides the better insight to Scrum Master, so that tracking the progress of the sprint will become easier. So, and how to deal with the scope creep? Now, before we understand the dealing with scope creep, we need to understand what is scope creep. So the term scope creep refers to the change which is uncontrolled and added without checking the impact on the constraints like scope, time, costs. Now what happens is, you will be doing certain or delivering certain features. Now you are forced, or you are influenced, or without your knowledge, some additional things are put in place, so which may impact later. It may add value, it may not add value later, doesn't matter, but it may lead in terms of impact your cost, time, and schedules, which is unexplained. And that extra effort what you have put in, extra cost what you have put in, will become like not recognized by customers, and you will not get anything paid for it. So scope, to avoid the scope creep, to deal with it, one has to ensure close monitoring of works being done on day-to-day basis, because scope creep can happen through team members. Team members are influenced by consumer, because of that it may happen. So understanding, communicating the vision to the team for ensuring the alignment, so the team is very sensitive about that changes what is happening. Then capturing, reviewing the project requirements regularly against what is delivered, to emphasize to the team and customer about the requirement signed off, so that someone will not come and influence you or make that additional things to be delivered. They need not push you. Right, ensuring any change introduced to go through change control, so no changes without any proper approval by the authorities, so that only those what is required to be implemented is implemented, and that is done formally through the formal change request. So avoiding gold plating. So it is a bit different thought process when we say gold plating. So we were doing the projects are trying to add certain things into the scope to please the customer, as an example, doing something additional, providing some additional features and functionality for which we are not paid. So scope creep is not a terminology used for it, but gold plating is the term used. But however, since it is an additional scoping, so we just added here. So don't say that when the moment scope creep, we says that is not gold plating. Gold plating is a different direction. So just to explain you, along with scope creep, what else would happen to where the additional deliverables would come in, which is gold plating. So question 29, what is MVP and MMP, which means minimum viable product and minimal marketing product. So now minimum viable product is a concept of lean startup which stresses upon the impact of learning while performing product development. So this allows one to test and understand the idea by getting exposed to the initial version of the product for target customers and users. So to accomplish this, one has to collect all the required relevant data and learn from the collected data. So the thought behind MVP is to produce the product, to provide access to the users, and to observe how the product is used, perceived and understood. This will also provide more insight towards what the customers or users' needs are. So when it comes to minimal marketable product, this refers to the description of the product, which will have a minimal number of features that addresses the requirements of the users. The MMP would help also the organization reduce the time to market because you have the clarity. What is that we may require to provide? Now question number 30, what does DOD means? Definition of done, right? So DOD refers to the collection of deliverables, which includes written codes, comments on coding, unit tests, integration testing, design documents, release notes, etc. This would add variable and demonstrable values to the project development. So DOD is very helpful to Scrum while identifying the deliverables to achieve the objectives of project for the stated reason above. So defining the steps required to deliver the iterations, the usage of appropriate tool like burn down to make the process more effective, ensuring on-time feedback throughout the project lifecycle, ensuring the walkthrough of the product backlog items are done and understood correctly. So then creation of checklists for product backlog item, ensuring the DOD is defined to become task oriented, involving the product owner for reviewing during the sprint and sprint retrospective. That is about DOD. The next question, how can a Scrum Master be a servant leader? It's a very important thing to understand. So what is the meaning of the servant leader? The term servant leader mainly stresses on service orientation, which a leader should demonstrate. So today we say every organization is service organization. Even an organization who is producing car, if there is no service orientation, they cannot sell. So more stresses on being service orientation. The Scrum Master needs to be facilitator, a guide, a mentor, etc. This helps the team have increased involvement and empowerment. So now question number 32, how can one coordinate between multiple teams? So one of the most common approaches for this is Scrum of Scrums meeting. So where members representing each Scrum team discusses the progress. So explain Agile in brief. If this is the question, what would be the typical answer? So the term Agile refers to ability to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. So most of the times I have seen people say, whenever I ask the question what is Agile, they say Agile is a methodology. The term Agile itself is not a methodology. It actually refers to this flexibility, adaptability. So all those methodologies which are there defined for Agile, for example Scrum, so they have an approach towards to become Agile and do the projects in an Agile way. So this requires adoption and adoption of continual changing scenarios in modern dynamic business environment, which means The flexibility and adaptability is required because of the changing business environment, the dynamics. To quickly adopt to that change, to become flexible, agile approaches are required. It is very essential for organization to become agile for their sustenance and growth. There are various agile methods and practices that focuses on iterative development. Typically, any agile methodologies follows iterative approaches. Requirements and solutions are obtained through self-organizing, cross-functional teams collaborating. So collaboration is very important. Any of the agile methodologies we come across, we speak about cross-functional, self-organizing teams. So this is the basic details one should know when they hear the term agile. So question number 2, explain the difference between a traditional waterfall model and agile testing. So when we say agile and waterfall, it has two different dynamics altogether. So agile model is a continuous iteration lifecycle model for developing and testing software, whereas waterfall is linear sequential lifecycle model for developing and testing the software. So similarly, the rigidity. So agile methodologies is flexible way of building a software which provides a lot of flexibility. Whenever there is a change, adopting to the change will become very easy, adapting and adopting for the change scenario. Whereas in waterfall methodology, it is a bit difficult, it is rigid because it is very much structured. Any changes which comes in, adopting that and changing things to according to the change dynamics requires changing many things, which makes it very tedious and rigid. So thirdly, collaboration. So agile model is highly collaborative. That's what it approach considers mainly towards software development, where involvement of all the members like customers, maybe the team members, the project managers. So their active involvement is very much required so that things can be handled better. So whereas waterfall model generally don't insist on that. So it is least flexible and follows sequence of steps which are predefined, and that doesn't allow the team to collaborate. Even the collaboration happens, it will have a limitation because everything is defined and one has to follow it and comply to it. There is no opportunity or options to change anything so easily when it comes to waterfall model. Then processes. The entire process of development is divided into iterations which are of short period, so that in each of these iterations the working piece of that product will come out. So in waterfall approach, the software development process is broken down into several phases: sequential phases, linear phases. So things which has to be delivered in each of the phases are very well defined, and accordingly it happens. So changes may be made even after the initial planning is completed. In agile approaches or in agile, whoever follow agile, it is easy to adopt to that change scenario. Whereas in waterfall approaches, development requirements cannot be changed once the project development begins. It will become difficult because everything is defined in a comprehensive way, detailed, so that small changes may impact other parts of the products or descriptions which is defined. So software development is a collection of many different projects which can happen in agile, whereas waterfall software development is completed as a single project or deliverable. So testing is performed in same iterations as programming or building. So within that iteration, since we build the working product, all the testing will be done within that, so that one would be fully informed about that product which is being developed in the iterations, so that users can give the feedback quickly. Whereas testing phase is separate in waterfall approaches, but however testing can be built in parallel in waterfall also if it is planned that way, but still it does not give that flexibility as it is there in the agile, because the product will not be available to the users to give their feedback, so that necessary corrections cannot be made. So whatever testing reveals in waterfall methodologies, the corrections will be done by the team limiting to their understanding, whereas in agile, since users are very closely involved, working model is ready. So the feedback is straight from the users in their perspective, so that corrections can be made, and ultimate product will be very much useful to the people who are going to use that product ultimately. So question number 3, what are some important parts of agile process? So here are some of the important principles that need to be followed to make a process of agile. So one is customer satisfaction. So very much important. One has to ensure customer is satisfied. Customer sees the product, gives the feedback, they uses it, gives the feedback, necessary corrections are made in time, so that quick delivery of the product can be made according to the requirement of the customers, which would result in high customer satisfaction. Then changing needs. So agile welcome changes. So any changing needs will be addressed even late in the development processes, in the entire life cycle of the project, wherever the change comes in. Taking that changes, making that necessary changes will be easier when it comes to agile. Delivery frequently. So ensuring software is delivered frequently, focusing on shorter time scales, which is very well understood. The full clarity of the product and the working piece of the product will come out of the iterations. So as I mentioned earlier as well, quick feedback from the users will also obtain, so that products which are delivered will be as per the customer requirement. So agile approaches helps that way. Work together. So Agile Manifesto emphasizes on working together, collaboration, so that each one of them contributes. So developers and business individuals has to work together through the course of the project, so that necessary outcome can be created. So motivated team. So projects need to be built around motivated individuals, and they must be trusted to get the job done. So as I mentioned in the previous point, collaboration is very important. So we cannot ignore team as well, who is actually actively involved in creation of those products. So they should be motivated, and their active involvement is very much required. Face-to-face conversation is most efficient means of communication. So since the agile methodologies, whatever is defined, actually emphasizes on having the face-to-face conversation, collaborating better, uh, contributing proactively, and involvement proactively is very essential. So conversation, communication plays a very important role. So working software is a primary measure of progress, which will be delivered in each of the iterations, so that users can give the necessary feedbacks. So constant pace, agile process promotes sustainable development, because all the products which are being developed, used, feedback obtained are in real time. So people actually know what is being produced and what is that they can expect as it progresses. So clarity is also one of the things, and that pace has to be maintained, and agile approaches helps to accomplish it. So good design, agility can be improved by focusing on technical excellence and good design. As you progress, as the changes comes in, as you adapt and adopt, so since it has the flexibility, technically as well as process wise, as well as any of the configuration wise, it is easy to do the necessary changes and have the design which is required to accomplish the ultimate results. Simplicity, the amount of work that's not being done needs to be minimized. So we say simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, means what is that required to be done, consider only that, not anything else above or below that. So whatever we may require to do, focusing on that, the minimum thing what need to be done will be done and has to be done when one follows agile approach. Self-organized, the team is self-organized. So self-organized teams provides best architectures, requirements and design, because they having various different capabilities come together, contribute together with their capability, with a different capability, multi-skilled as well will be present in the self-organized team. Reflect and adjust. Effectiveness can be improved by the team regularly reflecting on it, because as I mentioned earlier, in every iterations there are feedback obtained. Testing is being done in each of the iterations as it progresses. So this will help us in terms of providing the insight towards how is it progressing. So that will help in quickly doing the necessary corrections which are required to be done. So next, question number 4, explain iterative and incremental development in Agile. So incremental development, when we say, the process is divided into many small workable increments, so which can be done one after the other. Each successive increment builds on the top of the work done in the previous increments. Over time, functionalities are added based on what was already created. So iterative development involves the development of system by following repeated cycles or iterations. Based on the results from the most recent iterations of the process, changes are made. This helps the project evolve over time. So the term evolve is the one which one should keep in mind. It is not that I'm just going, that is my destination. Yes, definitely that is a destination. While progressing, there are a lot of variations which happens. Those variations has to be considered, and accordingly the necessary deviations or corrections, adjustments has to be made and things to be progressed further, which is very important. Because of this iterative approach, it helps to become adaptable and flexible to adjust to these varying conditions. So that's where project should evolve. It cannot go in a straight line. It has to evolve based on the variations while progressing towards the destination or the results what we are supposed to accomplish. So agile, definitely iterative plus incremental. So agile involves consideration and creation of working product in an iterations, which is part of the overall final product. So the consolidation of all the products which are produced in each of the iterations will become part of the ultimate results, ultimate product. Each iteration is an enhanced working increment of the final product. This process continues until all the product's functionalities are satisfied. So organizations and user can use and experience the product and provide feedback that can be incorporated into next iterations. So each iterations when the working product is produced, those things are used by the users, experience, they will look at the features and functionality, and based on the requirement what they're supposed to fulfill, they may also give the feedback for necessary corrections or they add new requirement to it, because the minimum requirements what is being fulfilled by this product, maybe some requirements which are not expressed earlier, there is an opportunity to express at this point in time to state we can involve some of the features of this kind in the next iteration so that we can able to make this product better. So such a conversation, the incremental iterative approach helps or allows or provides that opportunity to express. So causing product roadmaps to be built, produced, tested and confirmed before the next iterations. So that's where before we move to next iterations, there will be better clarity in terms of what is produced, what we are supposed to produce further, and what is that modification we are supposed to do so that product can ultimately fulfill the requirements. So question number 5, what are the different types of agile methodologies? So there are various kinds of agile methodologies. Some of them are briefed here. So let us go through them one by one. Extreme programming. So it is a framework that enables team to create high quality software and improves their quality of life. It enables software development with appropriate engineering practices. So next is Kanban. This method is used to design, manage and improve the flow of systems. Organizations can visualize their flow of work, limiting their work in progress. So basically Kanban comes from the Toyota system. So here when we use the term workflow, the work in progress, so this will help in terms of monitoring what is happening, what work is in progress, what work is completed, and it uses a visualized system. So one can see it, what is happening. So it also enables the individuals who are doing it to know what is that pending against them, and they can pick it up, pull it up, and then complete it. Lean is a set of tools and principles that aims to identify and remove waste. To increase the speed of process development, it focuses on maximizing value to the client, ensuring waste is minimized. So lean principles, lean approaches says the flow. In a flow, if there is any bottleneck, that tends to be removed. So this bottleneck would limit the flow and that would add towards the waste. So identification of the waste, the reason for that creation of the waste or who is the contributor of the waste, and eliminating those causes and moving forward. This will help in smoothening the flow, at the same time improving the system for better outcome. So that's where lean has become popular and well acknowledged. So Scrum is a framework that is used by teams to establish a hypothesis, try it out, reflect on experience and adjustments. It is used to enable teams to incorporate practices from other frameworks depending on the team's requirement. So that's about Scrum. Scrum is a bit popular and it is mostly used for smaller projects. The bigger the project, more complex, I think Scrum would not help. But Scrum is very popular in software development organizations. So where it has a simple 5 events, 3 roles and 3 artifacts. So it helps to adopt and adapt to the changing conditions, and it has become a proven practice. Now, Crystal is an approach to software development that focuses on people and their interactions rather than tools and processes. It is aimed to streamline processes and improve optimization. It works on principle that projects are unique and dynamic. So next question, what are the principles of agile testing? So testing continuously to ensure the product improves continuously. So as we know, when we progress, when we adopt, when we follow agile approaches, there is a reason, because we should be able to respond to that changes quickly. We should be able to understand what is going right, what is not quickly, and do the necessary correction then and there itself. So testing continuously become very important, because as we develop, as we test, we can reveal any of the issues, any of the defects in the product what we develop, so that it reveals. So obtain feedback continuously to ensure the product meets business requirements. So looking at the performance, does this features functionality of the product is helpful to accomplish that business requirement? So this feedback comes from the customers and users when we produce that working piece of the product. So all team roles, testing, development, etc. need to be involved in testing process. So one cannot work in isolation. There should be very good collaboration. People from various different teams working together, complementing to each other, very essential to become agile. So the active involvement of business teams and representatives can provide quick feedback for each iterations. So clean and simplified code ensures it is defect-free during iterations. The documentation created must be limited into a particular iterations. So when we speak about waterfall approach, the documentation will be very comprehensive for the entire project. But the moment we speak about agile, the documentation will get limited to what is being produced in the iterations, which is very important. So what is being produced in iterations, and that is based on the actually what is produced. Something I planned in for that iterations, some changes happens, we developed it, created it, there is a feedback which is coming up, documentation is limited to that. So corrections which can be made to the documentation will be easier and quicker. So along with development and implementation, testing is done to ensure the product is defect free. Continuous involvement of users ensures the final product matches their requirement, which is ultimate need. So question number 7, what are some agile metrics that need to be focused on? So some of the popular metrics which are used are measuring burn down of deliverables, which is usually represented using burn down charts. Similarly, we have burn up chart also, where as we complete the task, the height of the bar keeps increasing in burn up charts, but most popular is burn down, so that what is to be delivered will be easily visible. So the velocity, lead time, cycle time, code quality, code covered in unit test, deployment success rate, net promote score. So these are the basic metrics which are really needed when we are speaking about the velocity and speed. At the same time, how quickly we are able to produce what is supposed to be done and planned. Are we going accordingly or not? So this will help in terms of making our job as per the need. So metrics has to be selected very carefully. So metrics is not just a number. It should have an interpretation, and that interpretation should actually complement to the business needs and requirements. So metrics should have a clear description of what is this measurement is all about, and what is that we are going to understand from that measuring that metrics. So next is, what is Kanban? So Kanban system is visual system which helps better management of work as work moves through processes. So it visualizes and provides visibility into the process, workflows and works passing through the processes. So when you say it is a visual system, so there will be board or a display system where each of the tasks which needs to be accomplished are displayed there, and the person who is supposed to complete it and what is the status of it. So people would look at it, pull the work and complete it. So since people pull that work, it is also called as pull system. So because the new works are pulled in, taken up from the list for execution and move them from in progress status to done. So Kanban, since it is a visual system, it also makes people more conscious about what is pending against them, what work is pulled, that is also visible. So there is no reason for anyone to say that I did not do this because of XYZ reasons. Since it is visible, it is my job. Since I pulled that task, it is my job, my ownership to complete it. It becomes like that. So that discipline comes into place. So tracking the work will also become easier as the workflow is clearly visible and put on the display board. Modern organization can also use the digital display systems. We're seeing this more adoption in many organizations today because the value of using it, the contribution of it is seen by organization and Kanban playing its roles in the organization, and it's very essential to have this practice. So the goal is identification of constraints, that is potential bottleneck in the process, and ensure they are addressed. This ensures that the workflow becomes smoother and more efficient. I think I mentioned the reasons. Question number 9. What are some popular agile tools? So some of the tools which we keep hearing today, whenever people say we do agile, is some of these are listed here like GitHub, Jira Software, Trello, Zoho, Yodix, Verizon One, and many more. I think before we choose a tool, it is very important for anyone to understand what is that they require first and what tool can help them in terms of accomplishing it. So it requires a lot of analysis, assessment on the tools, and the comparison with what is being done in the organization and how this tool would suit that organization's requirement is very essential. So tool is not first, the requirements, the need analysis, and then what tools best suit the environment, that is the step. Only then selecting the tool makes sense. However, studying the tools and comparing the tools and the features functionality will also help defining what needs to be there in place in the organization when they become agile or adopt certain practices. What are the obstacles to the agile process? So some of the obstacles that one could face are not having the appropriate or sufficient tools and technologies. So it is quite obvious organizations struggle not having the right tools and technologies. As I mentioned earlier, it is very important to understand what is our need first and what tools suits best. At the same time, I also mentioned study the tools and technologies and what do they offer and what do we have. Do we really need that additional things, the gap, whatever we find, do we really need those in our environment? Is that dynamics? Is there in our environment? That needs to be understood. The lack of active involvement from the customer. So when we say agile, involvement of all the stakeholders are very important because the changing needs comes from users and customers. Whenever the iteration is complete, working piece is delivered, if customer doesn't respond or explain or provide the feedback, then moving towards the next iterations will become difficult. It is very essential, the active involvement of the stakeholders, and very important stakeholders is users and customers. The team members lacking in skills and capability. So one has to ensure the team members are groomed with the right capability, and that should be evaluated on a continual basis so that organization can handle things in an agile way and contribute towards the projects what is being done and become agile. Some of the obstacles further, if you can look at, is the inability to design system based on unseen requirements. So this unseen requirement is very dynamic. So when they will crop up, we will not know. But however, the systems what were designed should be able to provide that opportunity. Whenever such variations happens, you can able to easily adopt or involve or take that particular new requirement and plug in. So otherwise, one cannot become so rigid. There should be flexibility. Adapting the agile culture to the organization. So culture plays a very important role. So a lot of resistance would come across to adopt the new way of doing things. People may not appreciate the agile way of doing things. So it requires a lot of effort, motivation, and making people to understand why the organization has taken up the task to make it agile, and building a culture where people would think in agile way and contribute to the organization. Question number 11, differentiate between agile and scrum. So the term agile, as I mentioned earlier, refers to ability to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. Whereas scrum is an agile methodology which enables organization so organization can become agile. So Agile Manifesto and 12 principles acts as guidelines to become agile, whereas Scrum is used in the projects where requirements are constantly changing, aligning to Agile Manifesto and 12 principles. They should follow what is told in Manifesto and principles. So Agile Manifesto mentions about the required collaboration interactions to become agile, whereas Scrum defines the roles, the Scrum Master, the product owner, and cross-functional self-organizing teams who are involved in making the project, delivering the project in agile way. So Agile Manifesto also mentions about the required focus on working software and focus on change, whereas a Scrum approach enables teams to react to changes quickly. So means how to become flexible. What is that we need to consider to become flexible is defined in manifesto, means stressed on it, whereas Scrum follows with that approach, one can become easily flexible. So delivery, the manifesto provides necessary guidelines on frequent delivery of software. So where Scrum with the sprints, it builds are delivered to users regularly and upheld agile principles. So collaboration, Agile Manifesto stresses upon individuals' interactions and customer collaboration. So Scrum does it through various events like daily stand-up meeting and other Scrum events like sprint meeting, sprint retrospective, whereas people are sitting and discussing about writing a user story, the epics, or selecting the product from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. So various events which happens in Scrum demonstrating that point which is stressed in Agile Manifesto about individuals' interactions and customer collaboration are demonstrated with various different events in Scrum methodology. So next question, what are some popular Agile certifications? So some of the popular Agile certifications are PMI ACP certification, which is offered by PMI US, Scrum Master certification, then Certified Scrum Master, Prince2 Agile certification, then Scrum Product Owner certification. So next we will move to scenario based questions. So before we go and answer the scenario based questions, let us look at the scenario. What the scenario says. The manager X was having the discussion with the team about the upcoming event. The event was scheduled to conduct an online marketing campaign to increase the sales. Due to increased competition and rapidly changing customer behaviors, the campaign is very crucial and organization has decided to do it more often. This is done through the online platform. The organization has the requirement of integration with the organization's website with all the features and functionalities. The various roles involved in the marketing campaign are marketing manager, marketing team, campaign coordinators, creators of content and brochures for campaign, and the participants of the campaign. All of these roles should have access to platform through registration so that they can have the required access and make the marketing campaign successful. Besides, marketing manager has told the reports needs to be generated which depicts the number of campaigns conducted, responses, registrations, conversations, etc. So this scenario is speaking about the marketing challenges or problems what organization has, and through that problem statement they wanted to ensure to the marketing campaign, and also they want to have an online platform to ensure to make this marketing campaign successful, and also speaks about the various different roles involved in this. So let us look at what are the typical questions which would come across in such scenarios. So first question says, can you write a user story from the perspective of marketing manager and participant? So firstly, we need to understand what is this user story is all about. So in the perspective of marketing manager is something anyway, we will look at it, what it is. But user story is the one which depicts the requirements, assuming the role. As a specific role, I need to do this, I want to have this. It gives it an explanation so that one can easily understand about that requirement, what need of consumers or what need of business this particular features functionality is going to fulfill. So let us see what is that user story relating to marketing manager and participants. So yes, why not? Here are a few examples. Marketing manager user story says, as a marketing manager, I need to assign the activities tasks to the team members. So now whenever we develop that platform, there should be an access to marketing manager, and marketing manager can able to assign the activities to the team members. So what feature that particular platform should have has to be defined and designed accordingly, and this is the requirement. The participant perspective, as a participant, I need to register for the campaign. So now there should be a registration page, obviously, and then whatever the process needs to be followed to create that registration for the participant, that needs to be made. And this simple user story helps into visualize what features functionality has to be there when we go and create that product and services. So this will help understanding the requirement thoroughly and creating the designing the features accordingly and visualizing the flow as well. So next question, is Agile the best approach to make a marketing campaign, and why? So now a question arises, when we do marketing campaign, why should I follow Agile? Why not I do just like that? Now, why do we need Agile? What is that essential need? Because already I mentioned the need of agility requires, whenever there is an adaptability, whenever there is dynamics of changes, whenever I want to become someone who can able to become competitive, because competition is also responding to the dynamics of the market quickly, I should be there in that business. So obviously, does this question make sense? Can this marketing campaign can be done in the agile way? So obviously yes, because the agile approach is the best way to go with for marketing campaign. Reason being the rapidly changing behaviors of the consumers, which has to be understood, and detail should be put in their perspective, and accordingly the features has to be provided. So always in the consumer perspective, customer perspective. Secondly, with increased competition, the organization has to consider the unique differentiator to sustain and grow. There should be uniqueness. That needs to be understood. And that requires exercising continuously and creating the products accordingly. So this marketing campaign would help to understand that. So next question, what are the typical product backlog items? So for this, what could be the typical backlog items? Means the list of user stories, list of epics, which can help in terms of defining the features and functionality. The typical backlog items may include the features like registration page, login page, campaign contents, platform to conduct campaign, assess requirements. So likewise, we can keep writing. So user stories helps us to list what is that we may require to develop in this product. So this requires a lot of collaboration and discussion. Only then I think that will become more visible. Next question is, what are the some considerations made while selecting the items for product backlog? While selecting the backlog item to each iterations from the product backlog, the backlog item has to be prioritized. Definition of done for those items to be selected, value delivered, improvement considerations, etc. has to be made. So prioritization is very, very important. What features, functionality I should develop first, and how it makes sense to my business, how users will be helped, how customer will get benefited. So these will help in terms of having those features, functionality developed in such an order where for that moment that features and functionality are available. We're not just jumping into everything and doing it one by one in an order, in a prioritized list. So it is very essential to prioritize, defining the definition of done and selecting the items accordingly, and then what value it delivers, understanding that and improving. Next question is the involvement of marketing manager required during the project and why? It's quite obvious. Marketing manager involvement is very essential because it is a marketing campaign. Yes, the involvement of marketing manager is very important and crucial, and it is the role who will have the full visibility into the requirements to be fulfilled and on-ground realities. Besides, one cannot become agile without the active involvement and collaboration of customer users with agile teams.
Hope you got a good knowledge of Agile methodology. If you like this video, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Thanks for watching this video.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.